Welcome to KOMEEO, the Knowledge Organization and Management in the Domain Environment and Earth Observation meeting. My name is Emanuele Bompan. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Renewable Matter, which is a magazine that specializes on circular economy and environmental issue. I will be the chair of today's event and I will be your moderator. So please follow carefully my messages and make sure that you respect the time you have been given. I also want to remember that all the papers and the act will be published in the series Advances in Knowledge Organization, and the authors will find on the website the templates and all the instruction for the paper. Thank you for everyone to be here. We know that knowledge organization makes specific information easier to access and more meaningful to information seekers through the use of categories, tags, and other language-centric systems. Data is often stored in a variety of digital and physical places, and it's absolutely key to know how to set up systems that can organize the data for future retrieval. Today it's particularly interesting because we know that knowledge organization helps organization in gives organization greater efficiency and cost saving. But today's case is different because today we are doing something that we thought only Hollywood stars can do, saving the planet. In fact, the topic today is how we can use knowledge management for better environmental studies, Earth observation analysis, especially to support the key issue of our time, fighting climate change, fighting back the biodiversity crisis, and give to everyone proper information in order to act swiftly and properly to all this transformation. We need semantic accuracy, shared thesaurus, data classification. We need knowledge creation, knowledge implementation, and knowledge sharing, recording her data in order to really achieve what we need to do, saving our planet. So I'm really excited to be here today. I'm not an expert, so I ask everyone forgiveness if I make any mistakes. I know here everyone is particularly precise with words and terms, and so I apologize in advance in case I might make a mistake. I'm a geographer by training, so I know more about Earth than knowledge, but I'm really looking forward for today's discussion. I want to give the floor to Anna Maria De Bartolo from the Department of Culture, Education and Society of the University of Calabria for the opening of the conference. Please, Dottoressa De Bartolo, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. It is a pleasure for me to open the conference today, Knowledge Organization and Management in the Domain of Environment and Earth Observation, and to greet you all on behalf of the Director of the Department of Culture, Education and Society, Professor Guarasci, of the University of Calabria. I would like in particular to thank the organizing committee for hosting this event, the staff of the Laboratory of Documentation LabDoc, which is part of the Department of Culture, Education and Society at the University, the Italian section of the International Society of Knowledge Organization, the ERA Planet project coordinators, and all the prominent speakers and keynote speakers who are presenting today. And a special thanks to the staff involved in the technical support of the conference. As Emanuele Bompan has already mentioned, the domain of environment is receiving great attention from the European Union. And for the last 4 years, LabDoc at the university has been involved in the ERA Planet program, the European Network for Observing Our Changing Planet, whose main objective has been to reinforce the European research area in the domain of Earth observation, environmental quality, sustainability, developing tools, technologies meant to improve the monitoring of the environment and strengthen the sharing of data, information in various sectors of environmental observation. So I think the conference today will go in this direction. and is meant to enhance knowledge in this field from different perspectives. So experience will be shared and exchanged, research results on various aspects of knowledge organization in Earth observation domain will be shared, and I believe this will certainly produce interesting and innovative insights. So I don't want to take time away from the speakers, as you have chance to read them. The schedule is very full. There are lots of interesting talks. So I will pass the floor to the first speaker, Nicola Pirrone, the ERA Planet Program Coordinator, Research Director, CNR, Institute of Atmospheric Pollution Research. So once again from me and from the Department of Culture, Education and Society, I hope you all enjoy the conference, and once again, thank you very much for participating.
Thank you, thank you. Sorry.
No, please, I just want to pass the mic to you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to intervene into this workshop that is timely and very important for the ERA Planet World Program. And I prepared a few slides just to make sure that we can be on the same page while we talk, but usually I have a problem with this Microsoft Teams software. So I asked Sergio if he can pull up the PowerPoint I sent to him, because so can you, Sergio, please launch the file? So in the meantime, I'm just telling you that ERA Planet is... I don't have a mic, neither a privilege, so I cannot talk. Sergio is telling me that he has no privilege to share.
Yes, we are giving him a privilege for share the screen.
And also
just a few moments.
Yeah, please.
He has already the privilege.
Okay, so just to in the meantime that Sergio is pulling up this this file. Okay, I will. Okay, here we are. Can you launch? Okay, perfect. So can you go next slide, please? Yes, just to give you a flavor of what is ERA Planet, for those that are not familiar with this program, this is the flagship of the European Commission to the Group on Earth Observation, and the main goal is really to link data and knowledge, how we go from data to knowledge. So that was the big challenge. As you can see in the partnership, we have 15 countries with the 34 beneficiaries. We mobilized something like 33.6 million euro with a contribution from the European Commission, 11 million, and the rest is a co-fund from participating countries. And we are organizing during this 6-year program a number of events. But the major goal of ERA Planet is really to develop user-oriented interoperable tools to support all stakeholders and policymakers to identify cost-effective strategy to implement environmental policy. This is a big challenge because, you know, we produce a lot of data, a lot of observation from different platforms like in situ and satellite, but the challenge is to extract knowledge from all this huge amount of data. And the second goal of ERA Planet was to reinforce, to strengthen the European research area in the domain of Earth observation, since the European Union is participating actively to the intergovernmental program on GEO, Group on Earth Observation, and also Copernicus. And then a third goal was to develop a strategic research agenda in the domain of a European research area in order to bring all these expertise on Earth observation in different domain of application. So can you go next, please? So the policy framework, because we talk about use of data for supporting countries in the implementation of environmental policy. So there are three major pillars in this respect. We have the Sendai framework on disaster risk reduction, the Paris Agreement on climate change, and the 2030 UN Agenda on Sustainable Development. So ERA Planet is supporting specifically 6 SDGs, 6 goals of this UN Agenda on Sustainable Development that you see reported here. And so all of major projects, so can you go next, please? Next slide. So ERA Planet was structured around 4 major projects. One, like SMERPS, deals with the urban area resilience society. Can you please, Sergio? Yes. So focusing on air quality issues, urban growth, migration, and health. Then we have ecosystem management. The geoessential project is on dealing with the resource efficiency and biodiversity and food security. And then we have IGOSP that is related primarily to the impact of chemical pollution on a global scale. So to support like the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutant and the Minamata Convention on Mercury. And so the goal was to coordinate global observing system and also tools, data analytical tools to support the policymakers. And then we have iCube. iCube is dedicated to the Arctic, so polar research, and how to manage this pristine environment and what could be the impact of developed country of in the Northern Hemisphere in the North Pole. So we have a lot of activity in polar research, and that is providing a very good support to policymakers. So next slide. So the overall goal was to develop this ERA Planet knowledge platform. We have developed several platforms, several knowledge apps, and as you can see, all the issues related to ontologies and in the knowledge platform is a key issues, because we talk about environmental indicators, environmental variables. That is the key when you have to implement an international policy or a European directive. So that is really very important to make sure that from a semantic point of view, there is a common understanding, a common thinking about this. So of course, this is part of a complex system. So the major outcome, ERA Planet is being a really huge program. We produce a lot of outcome in different domains of Earth observation. And you can see here, you can go on, Sergio, with the whole slide here. Several projects have been producing several outcomes, several technological components that would allow policymakers in the near future to use Earth observation and how to, they will be able to extract the key knowledge from this huge data set. So we are part of several ongoing programs like EuroGeo, that is a European flagship in this intergovernmental program, and all projects are fully involved in this, and as well as in the GeoWorld program. So can you go next, please? So now the goal is how we bring the legacy of ERA Planet in Horizon Europe. So we are working on this, and we are already very active. ERA Planet has been generating already other projects as a side effect of this outcome. And now currently we are very much involved in several clusters like the polar cluster, but also we have been invited by the Commission to contribute to shape the goals and the vision of agricultural data. That is actually the meeting is that is following. I'm following on the other computer next to me. So this morning, and then of course to support the achievement of a European priority. You know, you have been listening from a European Commission communication channels to the European Green Deal. That is our European vision for the future, how to have a European fit for digital agenda, and also economy that may work for people. So, you know, just yesterday they mentioned that in Europe will be forbidden the use of cars, the selling of cars that use gasoline. And so in order to have, to decarbonize completely the European economy because of the climate change. So Europe is really leading this global effort to fight global change. And of course, to make a European research area more competitive in the future. So can you go next? I think that was, so the latest news from ERA-Planet, we are reshaping the ERA-Planet web portal, more addressed to highlight major product. And then also we are updating all the web portal of the 4 project. And if you are interested to learn more, a special issue will be published in Environmental Science and Policy that all major outcome of the 4 project will be reported. And we are organizing a number of public events like the one today, the KOMEEO today, but in the fall will be quite a busy agenda. And so we will have a project meeting, overall project meeting scheduled on October 2021 this year, just to wrap up the outcome of the 4 project and also to brainstorm on future action. So I think that was my last slide, and if you have any question, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you. We will be taking the question at the end of the morning during the Q&A session. So if you have any, please hold until all the presentation are done. Thank you so much to Nicola Pierrone. The next speakers of the morning is going to be Claudio Agnoli from the International Society for Knowledge Organization from the Italian chapter. He's also a librarian at the University of Pavia. He researches theory of classification and coordinates the integrative level classification project. As well, is co-editor of ISCO, Encyclopedia of Knowledge Organization, and author of Introduction to Knowledge Organization. Claudio Agnoli, please, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will take less. So welcome everybody also by ISCO. That is the International Society of Knowledge Organization. Knowledge organization, as you know, is the discipline dealing with the organization of content of information by subject. So the conceptual organization of information, which is complementary but different from knowledge management, knowledge representation, and so on. So obviously it includes such knowledge organization systems as ontologies, thesauri, classification schemes, taxonomies, and so on. And this term knowledge organization has been in use now for 30 years. And we think it is a useful hub term because, of course, all these techniques, old and new, are based on the same principles and are connected. So we try to make available an international network of researchers available. We have regional chapters, as it has been mentioned. Our Italian chapter has some 10 members. It has a national meeting every 2 years in odd years, like all regional chapters. While in even years, we have the international conference, which will be held in Denmark next year. And we also organize specialized events, including this one, to which we are happy to participate, to collaborate. Indeed, the Laboratorio di Documentazione is one of our most active members. It's as an institutional member of ISCO Italy. So we thank LabDoc and also the ERA-Planet project for this collaboration. We are very happy to be able to do specialized events even in these special years. Okay, so I think I gave you an idea of what we do. You are welcome to get in touch with us via email or website and so on. And I wish a good work to everybody.
Thank you so much to Claudio Agnoli. You have been very brief and concise. We are that allows us to have some extra time. Thank you so much. The next speaker of this session is Gilles Ollier. He is the head of the sector on Earth observation at the European Commission Directorate in the General for Research and Innovation in Brussels. Ollier is a geoscientist by background and graduated with an engineering diploma. He has joined the European Commission as DZ researcher since many years, and now is a senior expert on environmental observation in DG RNI, contributing to implement research activity in this domain and leading the Commission team for an international geo initiative, the Group on Earth Observation. In this context, it deals with big data issue and computing infrastructure that are necessary to handle and process Earth observation data that are also fundamental to better understand critical topics like climate change. Gilles Ollier, the floor is yours, please. You have
thank you.
minutes now.
Thank you, Emmanuel, and good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome everybody attending this workshop on knowledge organization and management in the domain of Earth observation. I'm grateful to the organizers of the workshop to have invited me, in particular the University of Calabria and the ERA Planet project. The knowledge management and organization related to Earth observation is indeed a key element if we want to achieve if we want to achieve the implementation of strategic European policies, and in particular, as it was mentioned already by Nicola, regarding the actions foreseen within the European Green Deal. In this context, I would like to limit myself to three main messages in this welcome. First of all, the European infrastructures and organization acquiring and processing Earth observation data have a high potential to deal with the societal challenges we face in many sectors. Nonetheless, there is a need to integrate better, this is my second message, the many actions that support the delivery of Earth observation product and services. And we need to look into the future to identify the new priorities in terms of knowledge creation, building on Earth observation. So regarding my first message, it is clear that following at least 2 decades of public investments at European, national, and regional level, we can count in Europe on a large amount of high quality Earth observation data produced by satellites, ground station, and nowadays citizen observatories. And significant progress have been made in transforming those data into knowledge useful for the society and our economy. The Copernicus data are feeding into multiple services addressing, for instance, the health of the ocean, new agricultural practices, or the management of extreme climatic events. Through the EU Research Framework Program Horizon 2020, as well, a number of prototype applications, service have also been developed, building on Earth observation in domains such as ecosystem protections, renewable energy, and support to climate adaptation and mitigation. And similar efforts have been made at national and regional level, as demonstrated by this workshop today, which highlights several research actions conducted by Italian teams in areas such as environment and health, air pollution, and even winemaking. The review of this broad range of activities in Europe regarding the production and management of Earth observation data and knowledge leads me to my second remark about the need for a more integrated ecosystem approach along the EU value chain. Indeed, despite the success of the success previously mentioned, it remains still difficult for users to access information and knowledge necessary to deal with, for instance, climate adaptation, or simply access parameters that are crucial in our day-to-day life in our immediate living environment, like, for instance, such as air quality. If you want to get air quality at the level of a quarter, it's not always straightforward. A number of actions are nonetheless ongoing, enabling to progress towards a more integrated landscape. It is the case, for instance, with the Copernicus Data and Information Access System, DIAS, which provides a unique exploitation platforms for Earth observation data. The DIAS platforms already help several users to process their data in several sectors, for instance, in the domain of agriculture, urban monitoring and surveillance, transport, blue economy, etc. Another attempt to federate efforts to add value and create knowledge from Earth observation is the EuroGeo initiative, which was launched within the intergovernmental group on Earth observation, GEO. EuroGeo is bringing together a large community in Europe, developing Earth observation application and service addressing ultimate needs of citizens, governments, urban authorities in their actions towards climate adaptation, mitigation, and in view of contributing to the Agenda 2030 on sustainable development. Other initiatives are conducted, for instance, by the European Space Agency, the thematic exploitation platforms, and other organizations in Europe contributing to a more integrated frame for the management and exploitation of Earth observation data. In this context, the ERAPLANET, founded under Horizon 2020, acted as a pioneer in achieving a first step to contribute to the European research area in the domain of Earth observation through research projects dealing with atmospheric pollution, resilient cities, climate extremes, and Arctic monitoring. So with all those activities supported at national and at European level through the Copernicus program and through Horizon 2020, we have made significant progress in supporting users with information derived from Earth observation. But this effort must continue, and this leads me to my third message. We probably reached a turning point with the many development indicated before, and there is certainly a need now to take the best of the ongoing initiatives like the DIAS, the EuroGeo, a number of knowledge centers, projects like ERAPLANET, etc., and get organized so that we have a better integrated value chain and more visible services and products for the benefit of the citizens. I cannot anticipate the way this should be organized, but the European member of the GEO high-level working group have discussed this at their last meeting and will work with the Commission to explore the way forward. Meanwhile, the Commission has made provision in the future Copernicus program for an evolution of the Copernicus services, and in Horizon Europe, with the Horizon Europe mission and partnership that should contribute to a better integration of action. An integrated approach around the Earth observation platforms already existing should support a more encompassing use of new technologies beyond standard remote sensing, such as drones, new sensors, citizen observation, and probably video from space. As I am drawing to a close, I would like to stress that this new approach would underpin the development of Earth observation solutions in critical areas we have to deal with urgently, and in particular regarding the biodiversity assessment and mapping necessary to cope with the current tremendous collapse of species in support to the post-2020 biodiversity framework. We need to accelerate the action on the monitoring of the effects of global warming in strategic areas such as high latitude regions to monitor sea ice melting trend, and in the global ocean regarding ocean acidification. And finally, we need to amplify the work of the Earth observation community in the domain of environment and health, in particular regarding the impact of the current pandemics on the environment and the society, for instance, to better understand the role of ecosystems barriers in the emerging of new disease. And with this, I wish you a very good workshop and a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Gilles Ollier for your very interesting remarks. It's absolutely critical to remind sometimes also to people that are not expert in the field how critical is knowledge organization for the topic you have just mentioned, the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis. And how relevant they are, especially now, in order to not just understand the phenomena, Earth phenomena, but also to undertake swift and appropriate decision. Because when we have to adapt to climate change, or when we have to act to better understand how our certain herd dynamics, like ice melting or land use change, we absolutely need the best knowledge available in order not to make mistakes, in order also not to push citizens far away from science, right? We have been seeing that, especially during the pandemic crisis. So it's absolutely critical the role of knowledge organization. Thank you so much to Gilles Ollier. We are perfectly on time. Actually, we have a couple of minutes early on, but I would like to move on and introduce the keynote speaker of the day for his presentation, Rodolfo Maslias. He is the head of Terminology Coordination Unit of the European Parliament, the European Union Terminology, Green Resources and Project. He speaks many languages, Greek, German, French, Spanish, English, Italian, Dutch, but I believe his presentation will be in English. He has been at the European Parliament since 1981 and then become the head of the Terminology Coordination Unit since 2008. It also teaches terminology at the University of Luxembourg and Savoie-Mont-Blanc, and giving a lot of ad hoc courses on several universities regarding terminology project. Thank you so much to Rodolfo Maslias to be with us today. Please, the floor is yours. You have
30 Thank you very much. Do you see my presentation or not?
Yes, I can see that. Yeah.
Okay. So good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me. I will talk to you about the resources that we have in terminology, starting with I must see how it advances here, because I don't see the presentation.
We can still see just the first slide here.
Yes, but I must see how I can move on, because on my, I don't see it on. It's
maybe if the technical office has a copy of the presentation, maybe you can run it and we can move audio commands.
I have a hybrid connected and I see it on the main screen, but not.
Yeah, now it has moved to now.
Okay.
I saw something for a brief second, but.
So now you see it.
I'm still seeing the first slide. I saw for a second.
Can you go ahead with slides?
Okay, but now you don't see the.
We see the slide, the first slide.
The first slide.
But you see also the other slides. Is it? It's not the slide
Probably. Did you share the screen or the presentation? Because probably
yeah, because you have two types of sharing. You can share a desktop.
Yes, it's better to share the screen.
I try to share again.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to choose share your screen.
Yeah, it's a share desktop.
Or desktop, yes. Okay, now you can open the presentation.
You see it now? No.
No.
Now
Yes.
you see it.
Now we see the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Just to.
But you see the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Yes.
Try to just push F5. That should be. Do it. Oh my God.
F5, yes.
Or if you prefer, you can go ahead with the presentation.
This, but
with the PowerPoint.
It should be visible. Okay, I think I will go like this.
Yes.
So as I said,
Yeah, you can move to slide 2.
With the keyboard, you.
Yeah, I try. Okay, so slide 2. So let's go this way. Yeah. So it is very important in the European Union, the whole process of multilingualism and translation and terminology, because as a community of 27 countries working in 24 languages but producing a common law, we have a common legislation. The concepts must be the same in all languages. And in some domains, up to 80% of the laws of the member states, after being voted in the national parliaments, become national laws, and they are coming from European legal acts. This is why the very first regulation of the European Union stipulated when we were only 6 countries with 4 languages, that all languages have the same importance and status, and that everything has to be translated and drafted in all languages. Symbolically, this regulation has kept its number 1 of 1958. Probably I was the only one who was already born. And during the next years, many languages have been added, and we came to the number of 24. And we can compare this to a train which on every station took on board more languages, with the most important addition in 2004 when 10 countries joined the European Union. So to make all this possible, we are the biggest human linguistic machine, because we work with 552 language combinations, since each one translates or interprets into the mother tongue from the other languages. We are 10 institutions in the EU having linguistic services. In total, some 5,000 translators translate into all languages, and translation and interpreting intervenes in all processes from the drafting of a legal act to the final document. And of course, here the role of terminology is very important, because the concepts must be interpreted in all languages and translated in the same, they must convey the same message. And this is only possible with a big database that we have created that covers all legislative fields of the European Union, and it is the database IATE. So here on this plan, you can see in which stages translation is intervening. At every stage, it is very interesting to know that, for example, in the European Parliament, if during a meeting a text is not available in one language, the member of the parliament of the respective country can say that he doesn't vote for the text and postpone the meeting. So you understand how important this role is. Some words about terminology in the European Parliament. So we have a central coordination of 10 staff members, and we work also with a lot of terminology and communication trainees who bring a lot of new knowledge about this domain that is very quickly evolving. And then we have also one translator coming from the translation units working with us so that we always keep in contact with the needs of the translation services. So what we are doing is, of course, managing the database, representing the Parliament in the interinstitutional cooperation. I will not enter in the detail because I will leave the presentation that can be published by the organizers, and it is also full of active links, so you can visit the different pages that I will mention. And our partners then in the 24 language units in the Parliament, they are part-time terminology, so they are translators. Each unit has to appoint 2 translators as terminologists, but some of them have up to 8 members, and this makes a terminology network of 120 translators working on terminology in the European Parliament. So we have an external website, which is the only public website of terminology coordination of the European institutions. It is called TermCoord.eu, and here you have some active links to its most important pages. So some words now about our main terminology tool, which is IATE, managed by 10 institutions. And the tool manager is the translation center, where we have our developers team. It is an agency based in Luxembourg. IATE was created in 2002. It contains more than 8 million terms in the 24 languages, covering, as I said, all domains of legislation. And it is totally public. And in 2018, we have moved to the new version that provides a lot of possibilities, technical possibilities. And I have here put some slides about how to search in IATE terminology related to the domain that interests our conference, so environment. You can explore the different domains in IATE. You can search for environment and also download glossaries in TBX format or also in Excel format, like you can see here. We have then also collections in IATE that as from last week can be searched, and there are some collections on environment, especially from projects run by institutions with universities or other organizations. Then we have a tool which we call glossary links, in which we insert glossaries by specialized organizations in the different fields. It contains some 8,000 glossaries, and it is searchable by domain. So if you click on environment and if you put the languages you are interested in, you have immediately the glossaries that from organizations that concern this domain and that have been evaluated by us for their reliability. Then in our website, every Friday, we publish an article with a term from IATE, with an article on the term and the entry of the database. And so if you click on this active link on this slide, you will have the full list of all these articles related to environment. Another interesting resource is the collection of 227 glossaries that have been produced by the several European institutions and European agencies. And through this active link, you access the specific category of European glossaries related to environment. We are also running a lot of projects with universities, and some of them are related to environment. These projects have a specific workflow, and the terminology produced is inserted by us in IATE after the obligatory validation by the terminologists of the institutions. If you click here on the link in this slide, you come also to the page with the university projects that contain a description, but also the project and the terminology itself. So it is an important terminology, public terminology resource. Finally, we have launched since 2 years a new program for wide cooperation with a lot of universities, which we call Terminology Without Borders. And it covers by now 9 fields. One of them is environment. And this cooperation also has the objective to network between us and the universities, and also many universities among themselves cooperating in these projects that also create terminology for IATE. So here you have a link to the specific project on environment where you can find the universities like University of Alcalá or University of Porto or a Romanian university working on the same domain. So this was a list of the resources that we provide, and I thank you again very much for inviting me. I'm at your disposal for any question, and I send you the best regards and wishes for a successful conference on behalf of my team. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Rodolfo Masrias, very interesting presentation. We can move to the first section of the morning, where there will be presented several papers that will be contained in the final act of the event. The first presentation is titled "Exploring Semantic Connection through a Thesaurus in the Earth Observation Domain." The presenter of the paper are Erika Pasceri, Claudia Lanza, and Anna Perri. Today is present Erika Pasceri to present this paper. She holds a research fellowship at the Department of Culture, Education and Society here at the University of Calabria. Research interests are related to the development of domain-specific knowledge organization and representation resources.
Sorry, Emanuele, the speaker is Claudia Lanza for this paper.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
I had the wrong notes. So Claudia, I don't know if I have the exact bio, but
yes, it's the correct one.
The presentation before I make other mistakes.
No, it's the correct. It's just the name.
But I actually read the abstract of the paper. It's a paper about creation of a thesaurus for Earth observing system domain, which also includes the terms representing potential clinical effect caused by pollutants. So it's a very, very interesting topic that puts together Earth observation and health effects. So I'll leave the floor to Claudia Lanza for her presentation. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you. Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So thank you. As you said before, this is a presentation of our work for the creation of thesaurus for the association system and the creation of this support tool to indexing task and retrieval of documentation for this specific reference area of study. So we will see in this presentation 3 parts. So the first one is related to the main goal, the scientific background, as well as the scope and motivations that have driven the project development. Then we will go further into the methodological steps and we present the thesaurus outcome and give some indication for the semantic interoperability systems. And we will conclude with some future perspective of our activities. So the goal of this activity is the development of a domain thesaurus for the environmental domain and the integration of this domain thesaurus in a web platform called GOS4M, Global Reservation System for Mercury. The goal is not only the development of this domain thesaurus, but to be able to relate data to knowledge, so to review data reporting the scientific literature referring to the environmental domain and the mercury exposure to human health in a way to formalize the terminology and help users to have a semantically well-structured way to access the flow of this heterogeneous kind of information. The thesaurus creation process is a horizontal activity, including these 2 projects, the IGOSP included in the main program of our planet and the eShape, focusing on identification and classification of pollutant hotspots and on the global health sustainability models for the human health exposure risk. Indeed, the scientific background relates on the direct and indirect effects of the climate on the interaction of human health, referring specifically to the environmental pollutants impacts of human health, because it is important and a urgent topic since it is related to an increasing chronic diseases, issues, and premature deaths. So there are a number of approaches exploited on a worldwide level for monitoring the levels of pollution in the environment. So this continuously enlarging group of documentation about the effects that mercury exposure has on the human health means that we have a very continuously expanded group of documents and heterogeneous forms of information that have to be exploited and managed by knowledge organization systems. So for this reason, when dealing with specialized fields of knowledge, we usually find 2 different types of data: technical terms and unstructured data. COS, so knowledge organization system, provides a means to manage the access of this technical content, and in particular for the goals of this activity, we chosen to develop a thesaurus because of these characteristics. So the way it can help in providing semantic disambiguation in the way it manages semantic variation in the terms collected, and also in the way it can manage a structured semantic framework in a way that can fix a semantic network between the terms contained in source corpus for the specific domain knowledge describing the area of study of interest. And also because it is a very valid support system for the indexing processes and retrieval of documentation, as I said before at the beginning of the presentation. The perspective of this project also relies on the semantic interoperability issues. So the fact that all of this content and this heterogeneous knowledge transformed into data can become interoperable with the informative system in order to make systems and users can communicate with each other on the same level with the same languages. So there are several approaches in literature that are addressing this topic of semantic interoperability, and the main techniques, for instance, are, for example, the conversion of of the structure of the knowledge organization system into RDF or our grammar in order to be able to provide a more flexible way to make system communicate with each other, and integration of this thesaurus in web platforms. Also, the technique that we pursued is the mapping with the gold standards. So in order to evaluate how the knowledge contained in the knowledge organization system developed can be compliant with the officially shared knowledge between the community of experts. And also with the use of derived vocabularies and microthesauri, we can have a satellite forms of information that can be consulted when guaranteeing the sharing or the knowledge sharing in the domain of study. So just here to resume the main characteristic of proper to thesaurus, you can say following the statements included in this ISO norms of 2011-2013 about the interoperability of thesaurus and the multilingual creation of these resources. They are controlled and structured vocabulary of a domain of a specific domain of study. They are constituted by terms that are the representation of the concepts of belonging to these domains of this sector of study, and they are organized in the entangled network of semantic relationships. Here we can see three types of relations. So we have the hierarchical one that correlates terms that are more general to the more specific ones. So for instance, here you can see the example of our thesaurus. We have a preferred entry term, the mercury, that has a list of more specific terms related to the first instance. And then we will see later the expansion of these arrows and how the depth level of this entry term can be collapsed and can provide a dynamic navigation of the content, technical content of these thesaurus. Then we have the equivalence relation, that is the relation that deals with the synonymy association. So we have the non-preferred terms that correspond to the synonyms of mercury. So Hg and quicksilver can be switched with mercury, but mercury still remains the first instance, the first entry terms, because of several reasons. Also expanded in a very detailed description these standards, because the selection of preferred terms and the follows very specific rules of in the way they can be consider them in the main usage settings, and in the way they correspond to very specific exploitation in interoperable systems. And then in the last essence, we have the relation called associations that is tagged with RT, standing for related terms. So just one thing I forgot to say, that every relation is tagged with a fixed marker. So the NT stands for now term and BT for the broader term, as well as use for and use for the relation of a synonym, and RT for the relation of terms that are associated because they share the same knowledge information systematization, but are not related in a form of jar and father and son kind of relationship. So for this specific field of study, we have several knowledge organization systems available, and we can be consulted online. For instance, I put here the GEMET, AgroVoc, and Earth Environmental Thesaurus, because they represented our gold standard list, to which we referred our source corpus information in order to understand if it was compliant with the knowledge already officially shared by the expert of this field of study. We can go further into the methodological steps toward the creation of the thesaurus. So the first phase concerns the compilation of the corpus. In this, we started by gathering documentation from a scientific literature In this time frame coverage of 19 years, the web portal of reference we use to extract the documentation using these kind of key terms for the combination of the query or still in this platform are systematic reviews, case reports, global reviews of Mercury. So a very heterogeneous flow of information that should be managed by a knowledge organization system to allow users to have not only a better understanding of which kind of technical terms are related with each other, but also to be able to combine this content, this information with the needs of experts in the interchangeable platforms. Once having collected these documents, the source corpus has been processed with the aid of a self-extractor of terminological contents called C2K. This is a tool developed by the Institution of Informatics and Telematics in Pisa, and is a native Italian tool software that has plenty of features. The first one that comes to light is the generation of the extraction of the terminology and phrases. Once having processed these documents, we have as output a list of terms. This list of terms is sorted by frequency. So we have a first filtering. This is the statistical measurement of their frequency value in the source, in the list, in the input list. To filter out terminology, we should also see which kind of data should be selected by the experts. So the validation process by experts is a very important step towards the insertion of the terms as a candidate ones in the structuring of the thesaurus. And also we have the final filtering systematization covering the mapping with standards. So as I said before, the importance of combining the knowledge organized by the hour gathering, our collection with the knowledge organized already by officially experts of the domain. The thesaurus line is follows the rules of the semantic relationships as I said before. We have inserted by now 911 and 12 terms with several different depth level for each one according to the relation established between terms. Then we can have, as I said before, different types. Sorry for the noise. We have several different types of navigation. We can have the dynamic one. You can see here the entry terms collapse into several relations. So the synonym, the hierarchical one, and the related. But also systematization in alphabetical order. So we can see here the visualization in a more consistent way. So terms put together alongside, we see in a very overall way the relation according to each other. One of the last step of the methodology is to guarantee semantic interoperability, so the integration of the thesaurus on the Gospel platform to be able to be read and be used and manipulated in this platform. The content of the thesaurus has been converted into another language, so the Scots RDF. That I said before is a language that allows the content of the thesaurus to be exchanged with many informative systems because of its flexibility. And the thesaurus here has been integrated as part of as a search engine tool to be exploited in the way these terms and their relationships can guide the users in the selection, the keying of specialized documentation about the mercury pollution and environmental atmospheric pollution in general. This is one of the techniques that can allow to have the interoperability with systems. So here we have an example of how this content is being converted into RDF language. But we also pursued another procedure, that is the mapping with standards. So we basically we compared the source corpus information with the list of gold standards we took into account at the beginning, just to see how is covering our system with the information shared by the experts, and to give a statistical framework of our work. I will conclude here by providing some reminder for the future. The activities we have in mind to complete refer to the improvement of the semantic relation detection in a semi-automated way. Also, both for what concern the hierarchical relations recognition by taking into account external vocabularies as satellites from which to start the correlation of the synonymous associations, and also by the identification of causal connections in the source corpus to be able to detect the exact correspondences from the associative point of view. And finally, the improvement of semantic coverage by putting into the thesaurus structure that has been already outlined, the semantic matching in the course language. Thank you for your attention. I hope it's not go forward.
Thank you so much to Claudia Lanza for her presentation. It was very interesting. In my domain, which is journalism, we still have a major problem with the vocabulary. I was reading today an article on La Repubblica where CO2 emissions were called smog, which is, we clearly know is not exactly the same thing. So
yes, the thesaurus should help in managing these the differentiation and the discrimination between terms and helping to choose and select the correct one according to the specificity rules that can provide a better form of knowledge sharing in a correct way.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to call the next speaker, which is Paolo Plini. He's presenting with Rosa Maria Salvatore and Sabina Di Franco the papers No Term Reloaded, a terminology database on snow and ice. Paolo Plini is a CNR researcher since 1994. From 2019, he's at the Institute of Polar and Science, ESP, is currently carrying out research on conceptual development and technological innovation in the field of knowledge organization, control terminology, multilingual thesauri for environmental. Also, please ask everyone to close their microphone when they're not talking, so we're not disturbing the presentation. Thank you. Paolo Plini collaborated, among others, with the United Nations Environmental Program, the European Environmental Agency, the US Environmental Protection Agency, and he is a co-author of the UNEP Infoterra Thesauri, GEMET, General Multilingual Environmental Thesauri, and Earth, Environmental Application Reference Thesaurus. Paolo Plini, please, the floor is yours for the presentation. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I will present this thesaurus dealing with the snow and ice domain. This thesaurus is part of a wide set of thesauri we worked on since 1990. Which one has already been mentioned is the Earth thesaurus, and the other are a thesaurus on the Earth observation, one on geothermal energy, and one of natural hazards. Snow term is one of them. It's a multilingual structured vocabulary which covers hopefully all the terminology dealing with the specific domain of polar and mountain environment. So the extreme environment, in particular, the focus is on snow and ice and all the related issues, which are the physics, morphology, radiometry, remote sensing, and so on, including also specific topic, which is the one of the sea ice and some interesting processes also connected with safety, like the avalanches. It comes from a joint effort raised out during a radiometric field survey in 2003. We started to consider the opportunity to develop something which is dealing with this domain that could be useful for handling this information and providing a tool which could be useful to manage the information on this domain. We started, of course, as usual, when creating a thesaurus with the identification, acquisition, and harmonization of the already existing multilingual terminology and lists. And at present, we are handling a database containing around 3,500 terms. The main languages of the thesaurus are English and Italian, but since the different sources are coming from different languages, we kept a trace of all these additional languages, and we'll explain what will be the final goal of this additional effort. There are two groups within the Institute of Polar Sciences working on these thesaurus. One is my group, which is the Environmental Knowledge Organization Laboratory. We are mainly involved in the development of environmental thesaurus, but also in classification schemes and terminological reference systems. And the other the partner of this joint effort is the Remote Sensing Laboratory, which provides also a specific knowledge, especially in the part related to the remote sensing and GIS, so all data acquired by satellite and the related terminology. SNOWTERM is mainly a tool, first of all, is something which is made just to collect and organize the language of this specific domain. Then to this set of terminology, there is a logical structure that is coherent, of course, with the international standards. We worked also to identify and manage synonyms and organize everything within a thematic structure, which is an additional effort in not in parallel but transversal to the hierarchical structure, and that could be useful to support the users to find what they're looking for in a more easy way. The work, of course, is in progress, and we are trying to find additional translations. So the set of multilingual terms that we have already collected is a good starting point to continue in this direction and increase the potential use of these thesaurus also from the multilingual side. The goal is to have a unique semantic tool that can be used for different purposes, makes a tool that provides the user with the correct terminology in order to avoid misunderstanding and different use of different terms to express the same concept. Highlight the hierarchical associated with relationships, which are the core of the thesaurus, avoid duplication, and handle all these different languages with different character sets, sometimes with a unique tool. It is handled using Thematres, which is software made by the scientific institution in Argentina. It's a very nice colleague that created this tool and that is currently used to handle a quite large set of international thesauri, and that provides also the possibility to use or export the thesaurus also following different schemas, so in order to make it the more useful possible for different set of users. The hierarchical structure comes from the Earth thesaurus, which is the first one that we start working with after having concluded the effort on the GEMET one. It is based on facet. It could be used as a semantic reference system and hopefully stable and independent from the context, which occurs quite often in some thesaurus on the international scenario. And there is also this thematic structure, which I mentioned before. This is just an example of the basic hierarchical structure. And this is an example coming directly from SNOTERM. So you can see on the left the hierarchy open partially, and on the right the list of terms. This is related with P, but it will appear, and each term can be clicked, and you can continue the navigation following the specific needs of the user. There are, of course, a search function. A basic search just works with one term on the left. You can see I used the snow, and this is the result of all terms containing snow within the terms. The advanced search offers also the possibility to search not only the term, but also meta term, non-preferred nodes, and make some terminological mapping. This is one example of a few terms like tributary glacier. As you can see, at the beginning we decided not to include the definitions to the thesaurus, but then we realized that it could be a big added value, and so we include also terms, and when possible also some images of that can be useful to ease the understanding of the meaning of the concept. Of course, each picture and each definition is quoted to the original source. The same for fast ice in this case. You can see on the right, this is the page coming from the management system, and so not for displaying, but really to manage. So this is the working page when we can create or delete relation, and also at the bottom you can see the Italian version, and you can switch from the Italian to English version and vice versa. The terms are expressed with all the hierarchical tree leading from the upper to the lower term, and all the relations of broader terms, related terms, and used for, so synonyms, are expressed in the display page. Another example, this is just to see the depth of the hierarchy. We started just with no, and then we can reach the 11th level of hierarchy, dealing with the specific structure and morphology of the snow crystals. Some practical uses, the thesaurus can be used, of course, just as a tool of semantic control of a specific language, nothing more. Can be useful by itself for this. But it can be also used both in library and for the management of databases as an indexing, classification, cataloging, and retrieval tool. And it should ensure the interoperability between different systems. I've concluded, thank you, and this is just a nice expression how terminology can be complex just to express an apparently simple concept like snow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Paolo Plini. Snow has always been used also in linguistics. I remember when I was studying communication at the University of Bologna, it was an example to explain the complexity of environmental phenomena. Now also communities that frames, the type of snow. I live in Trentino, and the local people have, they have all the local names for snow. It's always so interesting to understand how they, they everyone has their own definition, so it's absolutely fundamental then to reclassify, to give a univocal definition to those terms, especially given the complexity of snow. I mean, whoever skis knows how many different types of snow do exist, and you know, how they can impact a good day of skiing or not. Thank you so much to Paolo Plini again for his presentation. The next speaker is Richard Absalon, an independent researcher from Luxembourg. He aspires to help building a citizen-led search and innovation engine for social good. Richard is a chartered engineer in UK. He took an early retirement from the European Patent Office in The Hague, where he specialized in fault-tolerant computing and nanoelectronics. The title of his presentation is Crowdsourcing Classification and Cause and Effect to Power a Citizen Science Search and Innovation Engine. Please, Richard, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Hi, can you see my screen?
Yeah, no, I can still see your face. No.
Okay, you can't see my screen. Okay, hold on, let me just try this. Oh, hold on. I need to do this. Which is this one? Show more actions.
No, it's next to more action. It's the button next to more action.
It's the button next to more actions.
It's the arrow pointing to the top.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot that from yesterday. That's a bit.
Yeah, we spent too much time on Zoom. We're not able to use Teams anymore.
Okay. So you've got it then. Okay.
Not yet, actually. I'm still seeing your face, because you have to make sure they use a shared desktop.
Yeah. Are you using the button near the mic?
Yeah, that's not that one.
Okay.
Yeah, close share tray.
Okay, and you have to choose share your screen.
Yeah, you should see you should open a box below where it gives you option on which type of screen you can choose.
No, I can't see that. It says exit full screen, show meeting details. No, it's not that one. Oh dear.
Aren't you sharing already your screen? Maybe you're sharing your camera, your team screen. That might be it. You might have been choosing the Microsoft Teams screen. That sometimes happens. People think they are not sharing, but they actually are.
It's the up arrow next to the mic.
Yes, the up arrow. Yes, and then you have to see the screen. You have to choose to share.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Okay, so you have to click on share yours. Wow, perfect. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Now we can see it.
Okay, and in fact, it's probably best if I do that. Can you see my presenter screen or the real screen?
No, I can see the presenter screen.
Okay, then just let me do that. Is that okay?
I was still seeing, because it depends on what type of screen do you share. So if you try again, if you disconnect and reconnect again, and when you reconnect, you should choose a desktop. That should be the best way to.
Yes, it depends on your choice. If you choose screen or window, so you have to choose screen in order to show us the present.
Is that better?
Okay, you can try to. Okay, to run the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Screen.
Okay, we're good.
Yes, good.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Okay, so my name's Richard Absalom. I'm very pleased to be here. Just like to thank the organisers at KOMEEO. I'd like to thank Claudio Newley and Dat Hartman for their ongoing help and advice. So going to talk a bit about the project, the idea or the solution we have for crowdsourcing a complex classification scheme, how we can use that for search, concept search and innovation, the new stuff about cause and effect, causality, and a bit about the way forward. Okay, so I began work at the Patent Office in 1989, and I searched inventive concepts in paper documentation. We relied uniquely on human classification. Now with 4 scientific papers published per minute, this has a scalability problem, and we're relying increasingly on machine intelligence. It's great pity to neglect the human brain, given that it's class leading in understanding language, inference, and abstraction. Classification can capture this human intelligence and link same and similar concepts expressed in very different language or indeed languages, and it can define the contents of a disclosure sat behind a paywall. So could authors classify their own works? Well, I'll present the technical solution in a minute. That's the knowledge representation, but any technical solution that works will need a crowd, and the crowd needs to be motivated to use it. So, okay, the use of a free tool is attractive, but as a collective motivation, what about the generation of revenue from targeted advertising, so matching ads with queries, and then using the revenue for societal causes such as climate change mitigation or the search for new antibiotics. The Dymaxion map here depicts the Earth's continent as one island, and the peoples connected rather than separated. It seemed like a good logo for a collective endeavor. After multiple names, the name stuck on Durham Zoo, so the logo was amended as like a stylized D, stylized Z from within the map. The Durham came from the association to the university, and Zoo paid homage to Galaxy Zoo, the collective intelligence citizen science project to classify galaxies. Okay, so this is a poster I designed to help recruit students when I was at the Patent Office. The patent system was conceived to promote open access, unlike the Masons who maintained their power through secrecy. And indeed, the word patent originates from patere, to lay open. We didn't have any swords at the Patent Office. Our job was to balance an inventor's contribution to open knowledge with an appropriate time-limited legal privilege. So the patent system operates on a quid pro quo, unlike open science. I'm not a scientist, but I understand the arguments for open science, peer review being cited, the acceleration of knowledge through knowledge sharing, and I believe that people should be free to do as they please. However, open science is powering closed technology, including IP-protected technology via invention machines. I'm not anti-technology, I'm not a Luddite, but I'm concerned that AI-fueled invention will benefit a relative few. Individuals may benefit as consumers, assuming they have the money to pay for what's been invented. So I went to a presentation given by an AI company, and they spoke about mining gold from a corpus of documents. It seems strange that many of the scientists, researchers, academics who actually produce the raw material may find themselves with only rudimentary mining tools. Major corporations will have a massive advantage. So, can we not create something by and for the people, something that contributes to the democratization of innovation whilst generating revenue for societal causes? Onto the knowledge representation. Okay, so this is the basics. This is a zoo class steering diagram, or a ZSD. It's the ZSD of the odd-toed ungulate, seen in the middle in green. So this is the subject of the ZSD. Below are types of the subject, so the homonyms, or narrower terms, shown in blue. And above the subject is a sim, something that is similar to the subject. In this particular case, the mammal is also a hyponym of the subject, However, collectively, mammals are similar to the odd-toed ungulate class. We have a mouse pointer. If we put the mouse pointer over a zoo class, we see information about it. We can clicking any zoo class then loads the relevant zoo class steering diagram for that entity. So hoping that navigation through the classification is simple and intuitive. Now, a complex fine granularity classification scheme built on class or no class Boolean classification can become poisoned with ambiguity, and this has consequences for search. Lofty-Zade developed the science of fuzzy classification on which Durham Zoo is based, because the ZSD is in fact it's an ontology, but it also uses the relationship of similarity. The types in blue are 100% the same as the subject zoo class, so here they're types of donkey. The sims in red are things that are similar to the subject zoo class but they are different. The sims are in red, and they're positioned on a sliding scale. So the more similar they are to the subject zoo class, so the lower down on the representation they appear. So a search for donkeys can search for all donkeys, or we can search for donkeys and things similar to donkeys. Importantly, we return a ranked list rather than a set of documents to look at. This is obviously a fractal representation. We can zoom down to reveal more detail, and in fact the ZSD is fractal-like. Each zoo class that appears here effectively has its own zoo tag steering diagram, its own ZSD, which you can think of as being underneath the image as we see it here. And in turn, each ZSD will have zoo classes which underneath them will have another set of zoo classes. So we have like a pyramidal shape which fans out, and we can use this to sort of build a graph. This can combine the work of different experts, different groups, and we just need, because we have the unique relationship of similarity, we can use a very simple algorithm to build the graph and join the dots. So just the overall structure of the actors: we have the registrars who make sure that terms are unambiguous. We have the different expert groups who pick and place zoo classes from the registry onto the representation of the world as they see it, because different people see things differently. Importantly, they work independently, and then the crowd is free to use the ZSDs for classification and for search. So a proposal for a global classification. Nothing's been built so far. I think what's important is the separation of what is what from the what goes where of traditional classification, because this reduces discussions to an absolute minimum. And the other point, I think, is that each time you run a graph, or you build a graph from the perspective of a chosen expert. So I think this is another thing which is very useful. That's for the use of the images. How this can support search and innovation. Well, similarity is great for searching concepts, similar concepts. Similarity is also similar to analogy, and analogy often underpins innovation. And analogy provides inspiration by suggesting solutions from different technical fields or from nature, biomimetics. So Durham Zoo operates a 5-facet scheme. it's a problem to a solution which is in a context which is defined by an application, a technology, and an operation. So here we have a fedora hat. It's textiles technology. The operation is storage. The problem is that the hat takes up too much room in the cupboard. The solution is there's a memory effect in the textile, so we can squash it flat, flick it, and it pops up again. That's how we would classify such a concept. So the different fuzzy facets can be combined with vector mathematics to identify similar concepts. Here we have 3 facets. I can only show 3 facets in 2D. We have a stent application. So this is a tube that keeps a body tube open. The problem is stent thrombosis. It gets blocked, and the solution is a simulated shark skin lining which has a sort of a non-stick surface which prevents it from being blocked. Now, if we could input these into the system and we would find similar documents. They may differ in all and any of the facets, but we would look at the holistic similarity. As an inventor or looking to find a solution, this could be what we're faced with. Now, maybe the shark skin solution is not known, but a retrieval of a document like this might inspire the solution. So we have a catheter, which is not a stent, but it's similar to it. We have a problem, which is bacterial build-up within the catheter, which bacterial deposits, which again is similar to stent blockage, and it's being solved by a lithographed non-smooth surface. So that's the idea how the innovation could work. In fact, the relationship, the prior relationship, it's the bacterial build-up, bacterial growth causing the blockage. It is more causality rather than similarity, and so the idea was to look at trying to model causality. Now, there are very many engineering models for analyzing causality in problems. We started with the Ishikawa diagram, or it's sometimes called the fishbone diagram, as a simple and intuitive representation of cause and effect. The primary causes shown on the big bones are themselves caused by secondary causes on smaller bones, and this goes back until the root causes of a problem can be identified. Now we have a modified Ishikawa diagram. The topology is the same. We show time on the horizontal and vertical axes. So time is shown as t equals 0, t minus 1, t minus 2. So that's going back in time, given that a cause has to precede the effect that it generates. So if you look on the top left-hand side, the cause D at t minus 0 has an intermediate cause G at t minus 1 and has root causes HI and J at t minus 2. So the Ishikawa diagram received criticism for not including necessary and sufficiency conditions of causality. We've included that. A necessary cause is in red. It's one that must happen for a subsequent effect to occur. That's shown in red. A sufficient cause is one that will always produce the subsequent effect. So in green, when A happens, the problem will always happen. The degree of sufficiency of others is shown by the distance from along the timeline. So if you look at D, is less likely to produce the problem than C. The diagram can be transposed into a simple equation, which makes it more suitable for search. You can search a string using string matching, or you can separate the equation into what we've called triples for searching same or similar. Here the causality is direct, but there's also indirect causality. Contributory co-occurrent causation is also part of the Wikipedia entry in causality. They present two models, including the Innes model, but the models are too simplistic for our needs. So we've developed a mid-logic, as we call it. There are three criteria to the model. The first is the logic that's used. Well, there's Boolean logic and fuzzy logic. In the prior diagram, we had a Boolean OR because A, B, C, and D are all able to produce the problem independently, and so that is a Boolean OR. We don't bother with that one, but we can model all the other Boolean contributory causality with a Moon M out of N model. So with this, we're able to model the presence of any number of contributory causes. The Boolean model presents a cause which is present or not. Fuzzy logic can model analog values, so a motor may have a problem if the combined load, temperature and speed are outside of specification. We have a notation for this. The second criteria is whether a contributory cause is required or not. This can be with Boolean logic or fuzzy logic. We're trying to avoid the use of the word necessary to avoid confusion, so we use the word required. It's a must-have, if you like. The third criteria are timing requirements, and we believe with this notation we can encode all the necessary requirements. Now, Leonardo da Vinci said that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. I'm sure he was right, but Albert Einstein is attributed with saying everything should be made as simple as possible, but not simpler. And that's what we've tried to do with the mid and the mid logic. It can hopefully input data or knowledge from the novice and the expert alike. There's very much more work to do. Probabilistic causation, not logic. There's a whole list of things that we'd like to be done. The mid and the mid logic is performed at the level of the document, and the first thing would be to develop some sort of aggregate mid from multiple inputs from multiple classifiers. So the way forward, in terms of citizen science, Durham Zoo remains a solution looking for a problem. If anyone wants to use it, please do. Please use the knowledge representation. If I can help, please get in touch. In terms of Durham Zoo and the societal benefit model, a bit like Ecosia, I suppose, the search engine. If anyone's interested, I'd love to hear from them. I've rejected offers from the private sector. I don't want to help build something that will get sold off to a big information company. So if anyone's interested, please get in touch. Thanks. And yeah, must be today.
Thank you so much to Richard Absalom. I really like your independent attitude. I really believe that data should be really open in this sense. Thank you so much. The next presentation is from Maria Teresa Chiaravallotti. The title of her presentation is Evaluation of Low-Inc Semantic Coverage for Coding Clinical Observation Related to Environmental Influenced Diseases. Maria Teresa Chiaravallotti since 2016 is a researcher at IT CNR in the headquarters of Cosenza, and her main research activities deals with knowledge management and organization in the e-health domain. Some of the research interests are construction of controlled vocabularies, the semantic interoperability, the automatic test processing, and document management. Since 2017, she's also the technical responsible of the LOINC Italian work group, which is the Italian official partner of the Regenstrief Institute. Please, Maria Teresa, the floor is yours. I also want to remind to whoever is interested in posing question to any speaker has been presenting this morning, they can write their question in the chat system. I believe they're allowed to do so. So I will pick and choose and address the question to the proper person. So please also remind to specify to whom you want your question to be posed, so in order that it will not create confusion. Thank you so much again. Please, Maria Teresa Chiaravellotti, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your introduction. Can you see correctly my screen?
Yes, I see the presentation mode, but...
the presentation mode, okay. I would like to invert them.
Yeah, now it's perfect.
Now it's perfect? Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction and good morning, everyone. My presentation is about an evaluation of LOINC semantic coverage for coding clinical observation related to environmental influenced disease. And as you also said, I'm the technical responsible of the LOINC Italia group, which is the official partner of the Regenstrief Institute, which is the institute which creates this standard that I'm going to explain you. As an introduction, just let me remind some concept also remarked during this morning. The importance of terminology standard because they enable an efficient processing and storage of data, especially if they come from many independent sources. Now we see that multiple domains are connected each other through different kind of semantic relationships. And this is especially true for environment and health that are strictly related domains. Effects of the first one on the second one we see every day, and also as the progress of the scientific knowledge. We have at this time coding and classification systems in the health domain for almost all the aspects of the healthcare process, for the actor, the products, the observations, the disease, but there is no specific system focused just on the environmental related or caused health problems. We can find concepts about this topic in different standard knowledge organization systems, representing just the link between the two domains, but not proper just one place where to find them. So the objective of this presentation, of this work, is to evaluate LOINC semantic coverage for coding clinical observations related to environmental influenced or caused disease. Specifically, tasks performed are identifying a subset of existing LOINC codes for these clinical observations in this semantic area, finding possible LOINC concept gaps in relations to disease determined by these environmental factors, and then, as a final step of this work, proposing new LOINC terms for standardizing these identified clinical parameters and like completing this view of this connection between health and environment. I want to just give you an overview, a brief overview of LOINC for those of you who doesn't know it. LOINC is the acronym of Logical Observation Identifiers, Names and Codes, and it is a standardized coding system for clinical observation and laboratory observations. It is created since 1994 by Regenstrief Institute, which is a research institute in the United States, and it is used in more than 164 countries in the world, and in the last release of June 2021, it contains more than 96,000 codes, so it's pretty big also to manage in its translation. It has different sections, the two main one, laboratory testing and clinical measurements, and clinical measurements is the object of this work, but it also carries names for document titles, radiology reports, and section headings of the documents, such as the social history, physical findings, and so on. So the primary task of this work is identifying existing law terms that could be related broadly or narrowly to environmental conditioned factors, so to evaluate the degree of semantic coverage of this standard in this target domain. The law concepts related to the domain will be retrieved using entries of specific controlled terminologies as search keywords. The considered terminologies, knowledge organization systems, are GEMET, AgroVoc, Switch Ontology, HERT, that includes GEMET, so some concepts are overlapped, there is an overlap of concept, and Inspire Feature Concept Dictionary. At first, we performed a manual search using the word health as keyword, because all these codes are environmental focused, so we decided to look for health-related concepts in that domain. And among the retrieved concepts using this keyword, we made a matching, and so we arrived to have 70 unique concepts. They have been used as keywords in LOINC. For example, the concept environmental health that can be found in GEMET and HERT allows to retrieve 10 LOINC codes, but only 4 of them are pertinent for the topic, and are those that you can see in the table. Obviously, codes retrieved by more specific concepts are comprised in those retrieved by hierarchical superior concepts. So, if I type the keyword environmental health risk, I just retrieve one of the 4 above mentioned codes. So, next step, as many of the codes retrieved through the keyword health are not pertinent for the purpose, we decide to search in LOINC using the upper categories of the considered codes cross as keywords. No categories so generic as administration in GEMET, but those broadly categories that could be applied to the semantic area we are investigating. For sure, this method will create more noise, but it also allows to retrieve concepts that are logically related to the link between health and environment, that even if this concept don't contain those 2 words. So let's go deep in some of the retrieved codes through the GEMET concept use as keywords. For example, using the concept air, as air is proper one of the value of the system axis. System is in LOINC the axis that express the type of sample where you are performing the analysis or the measurement. Using this keyword, we retrieved 195 pertinent LOINC codes. A lot of them belong to the toxicology class, as they express the analysis of the presence of these substances in the air. And most of these substances have effects on human health, as you can see in the reported description in the underlined sentences. So you have in the first column the LOINC code, then in the second column there is the LOINC name of the substance that is analyzed or measured. Then under this substance there is the description that LOINC gives about it to let the user better understand what the code is talking about. And then in the last column there is the general class which the code belongs to. In this case is drug or toxicology. Always about the concept air. This is an example of a panel. A panel in LOINC is a group of codes that express measurements or observations that are performed together or asked together to the patient. Like in this case, this is like a survey for the patient about which environmental exposures, air contaminants, the patient is exposed in his own house. So you can see as subcodes what type of renovation you have in your house, what are the drugs, drapes, furniture that are cleaned, which cleaning solution do you use. Also, there is a code about the specification of air contaminant present in the home, and this code includes a normative answer list. A normative answer list in LOINC is a close list of possible values that you can give to the code. So if you use these LOINC codes for giving a value to it, you have to choose among these listed values. So these are the specific air disaster. Retrieve just 2 pertinent codes among others. The first one express the possibility to say if the patient has been involved in a natural disaster, such as tornado, hurricane, flood, or earthquake. And the second one gives the possibility to express which type of intentional or unintentional disaster the patient has been exposed to, giving also in this case the chance to choose among some close list of answers. About the concept risk, we recall a series of LOINC codes, and let's especially concentrate about some of them. There is the poisoning risk, which express the possibility the patient has been exposed to ingestion or of dangerous product. Then there is a code for expressing the probability of developing disease. But if you look in the description of this code, it says that this is the estimated likelihood of a patient developing a disease. But among the causes of this disease, there are a lot of causes like family history, genetic algorithm results, general population data for this disease prevalence, but there is no reference to environmental causes or natural elements. Also, there is a code of a document. As I said before, LOINC also gives codes for document type. This document type, risk assessment document, express which risks the patient has been exposed to, but not specifying that among them could be also some environmental factors that could cause disease. About the concept pollution, we can see that is above all concentrated about the pollution that it is in the home, in the residence, in the house, or the housing status where the patient lives. So there are observations for the patient that want to express the floor material of his own home, the wall material, or problems that he can experience with his place, such as bugs, ants, mold, or some other contaminants in his own place. The concept water is most likely the concept air. We recall about 200 codes, and you can see also these codes express the presence of these substances in the water. And the description give us an explanation of what these substances are, and especially in underlined sentences, they express the effects of these substances on the human health. So, air and water are the concepts that are more represented in the Loing standard. Some of the more general GEMET concepts that we do not recall in Loing codes are agriculture, biology, but especially urban environment, urban stress, energy, climate, soil, vibrations. So we expect that for all these general concepts, some proposal for new Loing codes could be made in the future. As a conclusion of this work, I want to remark that cross-references among standardized knowledge organization systems are vital, as they avoid that these systems are single islands and so create a complete representation of multiple domains. We say that the link between environments and health are increasing and enhanced with also the growing influence that environmental factors have on the development and progression of certain diseases. And this contribution investigated existing Loing codes covering this semantic area. We found that it is not yet fully represented, especially for what pertains some clinical parameters as trigger factor, as consequences, as indicator of a relation between environmental and the development of certain disease. As next steps of this work, we would like to search in the UMLS Metathesaurus the Loing codes retrieved to verify the existence of related terms belonging to other codes and so to this semantic area. And so this step will give the chance to identify possible Loing concept gaps in coding clinical observation related to or conditioned by environmental factors. So this concept could be formalized and then proposed to the Loing committee for a new addition of code to the standard. I'd like to thank you for the attention, and I will be happy to answer to any question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We have still plenty of time actually to for the Q&A. We have more than 30 minutes. Also, so for the ones who haven't written the question in the, maybe you can stop sharing the screen because I can't see the chat. Thank you. For the ones who haven't written any question in the chat, they can also raise their hands. There is a tiny hand button on the right corner of the menus, so you can raise your hands and pose a question to whoever speaker you would like to. So now is the good time for the Q&A. Or if you just camera shy, you can always type the question in the chat system. The chat system, it's in the right side of the menu, so you can type any question you might have for any speaker of the morning session. I would like to ask a lot of questions, but I do believe my question won't be appropriate. I see there is an ANF that Antonella.
Yes.
Sorry, I can see you. I was just seeing the symbol. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
I have a question for Maslias. So first of all, very interesting speech about the work on terminology. And I'm wondering if the different glossaries existing in the domain of environment are independent resources or if they are mapped to each other in order to guarantee semantic correspondences between them, if obviously there is an overlapping between these concepts. Thanks. Thank you.
I don't know if
Probably Maslias is not...
Antonietta, sì.
Ok.
Ero in un computer che non aveva camera, sono venuto dal mio. Può ripetere la questione, scusa? Se c'è un overlapping tra I termini.
If I speak in
Yes.
English for all,
Yes.
if glossaries existing in the domain of environment are mapped to each other, or if they are independent resources.
It depends about which glossaries we are speaking. So the glossaries produced by the institutions of the European Union, and this material is also in IATE. They are mapped with each other, and we have, it is the preferred terminology and the terminology connected to the legislative acts. The glossaries that I mentioned from the glossary links collection, they are of course of different organizations, and they are so different terminologies, they are not mapped together. So what we also try to do is to add ontologies in IATE, which for the moment we just have a field for the cross-reference. This is the first step, but we are working on this. And we want also to insert in our projects with the universities in the ENVI project, mapping, for example, like the WIPO Pearl. You certainly have seen this mapping with the different fields according to the importance of the glossaries, and also with the relations and ontologies between the terms.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? I don't know if I'm seeing all the hands. Claudia Lanza, I see you're raising your hands. Please, Claudia.
Yes, I'd like to pose this question to Dr. Clini for this long-term speech. I'd like to ask you two questions. The first one, which kind of method have you followed for the creation of the thematic facets? And the second one, since you said that this thesaurus is a multi-domain, do you think that in a near future perspective there is a possibility to evolve the thesaurus into an ontology system?
Well, starting from the second question, I don't think so, because at least in our institute we don't have the specific preparation to evolve into an ontology. There's also an open discussion that the thesaurus is itself an ontology, so we can discuss, but if you want, we can keep in touch in the coming days and talk about this. This will be a very long discussion. Concerning the other one is the method followed for
the creation of the thematic facets you established.
Thematic facet, well, everything comes out from when we decided to, once we completed to work on GEMET, and we decided to create something new which will become Earth in what was the future at that time. And GEMET is a mixture of thematic and hierarchical approach in its hierarchy. So we decided to split this part in two, and provide a more strict control on the hierarchy itself, and move everything concerning the so-called themes in this different kind of approaching the content. Consider that while the hierarchy is a strict one and fixed one, but themes are by definition open to, they can evolve at any time, following the need of forgive me for the term, following the market. So if there's the need of something additional, we will add it, or if we discover that some theme is no longer useful for the community, it can be removed without changing anything within the hierarchical structure. So the themes are coming from the evolution of what, from the GEMET themes, but with an overall check between themes and hierarchy in order to avoid any kind of overlapping between the two.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question? Let's see if I can see any other raised hands. I also want to remind everyone that we will reconvene at 2:30, and in the afternoon session 2 will last until 5 p.m. sharp, when we will be closed officially the event. Let's see if someone else has been raising hands. Sorry, I have to sometimes scroll through all the. I can see Giovanna Aracri. Please, floor is yours for question.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for Claudia Lanza. I would like to ask you if we have verified the possibility to transform the thesaurus in an ontology, considering the multi-domain of our work.
Yes, I think that it's a concrete possibility, because the thing said before in the process of conversion of the thesaurus content in SCOS RDF is one of the systems that can enable the process of transformation and the migration of this content to an ontological systematization that can be exploited in a very more flexible way in a on other informative system that I was saying before, that can allow to have a more open access to the information, and in a way that the language can intercommunicate with each other.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seems that if there is no one else talking, I think we can declare the conclusion of the first session of the morning. I want to thank, of course, to organizer of KOMEEO and to all the distinguished speaker of the morning. Again, my name is Emanuele Bonpan, for the ones who haven't been following for the beginning, and I invite you to follow session number 2 this afternoon with the same address, the same team address, that will begin exactly at 2:30 sharp and will conclude at 5 p.m. Thank you so much again. I'm looking forward to hear the afternoon speakers. Have a good lunch and the rest of the day. Thank you. The session 2 this afternoon will last until 5. There will be space for question at the end of all the sessions. So for the ones who haven't been here this morning, please note down the question you might have to the speakers, and we will have time at the end for Q&A. I don't want to lose time. I want to move right away to the first presentation of the afternoon, which is going to be held by Giovanna Aracri. She's a research fellow at the IT CNR Research Unit Knowledge Organization System, KOS, based in Rende, Calabria. She has obtained her degree in computer science for humanities at the University of Calabria, and she holds a PhD in biographic science for text and document at the University of Udine. Her research interests focus on semantic interoperability for facilitating access, communication, management, and processing of information. In particular, she deals with knowledge management in specialized domains, document corpora compilation, terminal extraction, classification system, and control vocabulary design and realization, semantic alignments of vocabularies. Very, very interesting curricula indeed. The title of her presentation is An Ontology for the Representation of Earth Observation Data as Steps Towards Semantic Interoperability. Giovanna Aracri, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Can you see my screen?
Currently, yes.
Okay, thank you, Emanuele, for introducing me. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you our work and experience in developing an ontological model in a health observation domain. The aim of this ontology is to contribute to overcome barriers to interoperability. That, as is known in this domain, there is a large amount of data that are continuously produced, and they need to be organized and harmonized in order to be useful and mindful. The ontology has been designed within the Era Planet program. As we remembered this morning, Nicola Pierrone, this program is specifically dedicated to support environmental monitoring and health observation for detecting our changing planet, by providing more accurate and comprehensive information data to policy and decision makers. The program is divided in 4 strands related to specific aspects of environmental quality and sustainability, and to each strand correspond a project. Here there is the project, Geoessential, MOOPS, IGOST, and ICUP. The ontology has been developed within the Geoessential and MOOPS projects and try to represent knowledge about 2 subdomains concerning natural resources and urban area, by focusing the attention on the concept of essential variables that is important to support the implementation of the European environmental policy. So, we often don't realize that every aspect of our modern life has an impact on the environment, and that at the same time, environment plays a crucial role in people's physical, mental, and social well-being. This means that it is necessary to take urgent action in order to promote a truly sustainable development. The correlation between environment and health is confirmed by the enormous quantity of data that every day environmental agencies and national and international institutions gathers around the world. This data refers to physical, chemical, and biological aspects of our health, and these data have been collected for different purposes. This large amount of data comes from several and heterogeneous sources by using different devices and similar solutions. Thus, access to them results and remains difficult. Indeed, the data is only of value if they can be read, understood, and consequently employed in order to accomplish specific purposes. The problem is that during the acquisition and transmission of data, a great quantity of noises may be collected. This is because data present high variability in terms of data types, formats, conceptualization, interpretation, and so on. The heterogeneity represents our drawback, our drawback that needs to be considered in order to fulfill the complete interoperability. Data drawback represents a really challenging problem in data management. It regards several aspects, and in order to accomplish interoperability, it is necessary to mitigate.
Sorry, Giovanna, may I interrupt you? Because there is a tiny black box on the presentation. Maybe you can remove it. Some people are asking that in the chat.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
perfect. Thank you so much.
Welcome. That heterogeneity regards several aspects, And in order to accomplish interoperability at all levels, it is necessary to mitigate this the heterogeneity data that regards several aspects, such as the structural, due to the use of different data models, syntactical, concerning the use of different data representation formats, serialization, so on. But for us, the attention is on the semantic layers. Because semantic heterogeneity makes difficult data interpretation, because they present a different level of granularity and different conceptualizations. And different conceptualization, especially when data have been extracted from sources datasets that are not compliant with interoperable principles. That interoperability represents our challenge. It is necessary to be met because interoperability influences the quality of the data generated. Also, interoperability regards several aspects: semantic interoperability, structure interoperability, system, and the syntactic one. Our focus is to accomplish semantic interoperability. In fact, in this slide, the definition given by the National Interoperability Framework Observatory says that semantic interoperability guarantees that what is sent is really what is understood. This definition highlights the importance to preserve and understand the precise format and meaning of exchange data between parties. And in order to accomplish semantic interoperability, especially in knowledge organization, the way is to use the so-called knowledge organization systems, such as thesaurus, classification system, lexicon, ontology, and so on. Sometimes we need to develop new vocabularies from scratch. For example, when in a specific domain of interest doesn't exist a reference vocabulary, a reference lexicon, also a flat list of terms. Otherwise, we can use existing vocabularies to integrate, to merge them, to align them by each other in order to create a new vocabulary. These approaches are not exclusive, but they can be complementary. In fact, in developing our ontology, we have used an hybrid approach because we have decided to develop an ontology by focusing on concept of essential variables, by using the existing vocabularies in environmental and mathematics domain, and then in order to enrich our ontology, and then align our ontology with this vocabulary by means external mappings. Here there is a categorization of the knowledge organization systems. They are grouped in 3 categories: lists, classifications, and categories, and relationships list. The first one emphasizes a list of terms, often with definitions. The second one emphasizes the creation of subject sets, while the third one, the relationship list, emphasize on the semantic connection association between terms and concepts. such as thesaurus, semantic network ontologies. The last one are very interesting to support semantic interoperability, especially because it refers to less traditional schemas such as the ontology. In fact, among the different calls, ontology represents the best choice for our scenario because large amount of data is necessary to manage, because data coming from heterogeneous sources. So the ontology that I'm going to describe support the AirPlanet platform in order to generate information to policy and decision maker. The ontology may be defined as a formal, explicit specification of a shared conceptualizations. The ontology derives all the benefits regarding other control vocabularies in terms of indexing, retrieval, and fetching. And in addition, give the possibility to formalize knowledge. So ontology are machine readable. Furthermore, the ontology have the advanced capability of reasoning and making assumptions by interpreting the information explicitly formalized within it. The ontology development, the designing of the ontology as followed these steps. We have identified more carefully the domain of interest and the focus of the ontology in order to identify the relevant concepts, the properties, the concepts, the identification classes and subclasses, and consequently the properties of these classes and subclasses, in order to well represent the knowledge concerning environmental and semantics domain, with the possibility to evaluate the reuse of existing vocabularies. And in fact, it is important to say that there is no correct way to model a domain. There are always viable alternatives, and this depend on the possible use of the vocabulary. The process of the development of the ontology has been guided by the concepts of essential variables, such as variables known to be critical for observing and monitoring a given phase of the Earth systems. All the information concerning essential variables have been extracted by means of information and metadata related to the Sustainable Development Goals, which in turn have introduced all the corollary information concerning the essential variable, and that give us the opportunity to better contextualize the role of essential variables in the ontology. It is important to say that there are a panel of experts that I'm working on the definition of essential variables in order to identify the set of measurements that are useful to monitor the status of the Earth, and in turn provide support to the policy decision making in order to accomplish the global goals adopted by the United Nations in 1915, as a universal call to action to end poverty and protect the planet. Actually, the SDG are 17. They are organized in targets, and within each target there is one or more indicators. Here there is an example of the indicators that we have analyzed. Within the SMOOTH project, a group of expertise has been defined some some essential urban variables. For example, these variables is useful to monitor the indicator 11.1.1, proportion of urban population living in slums, informal settlements, or inadequate housing. These indicators refers to a specific target, and the target remark the corresponding goal. The ontology has been integrated in the Era Planet platform, more specifically in the virtual Earth laboratory, and permits to accomplish semantic interoperability in the workflow applications. The ontology is structured as follows. There are classes and subdivided in turn in subclasses. Some classes are too general. So the ontology represents an inclusive model because this way it is possible to reach classes and subclasses with other relevant concepts. Classes and subclasses determine a taxonomy, and the hierarchical relationship is of the type is a or kind of. For example, indoor air pollution and outdoor air pollution are a kind of air pollution, while carbon dioxide is air pollutant. Alongside these hierarchical arrangements, classes can be connected to each other by means of object properties. For example, here, air pollutants causes air pollution. These type of relationships are explicit and define the implication between the two classes. Otherwise, it's possible to add some more information about the classes, some more attributes by means of data properties. For example, in this case, precipitations. The information added are duration, frequency, and intensity. In this way, it is possible to give to a single concept, to a single class, some more information in order to contextualize the concept within the model. Here there is an example of an object properties that exists from two classes. For example, indicator generation model generates indicator. Model uses datasets because all the data they need to be made interoperable coming from heterogeneous datasets. Indicator measures the target, and the target is target of is the part of the goal. Here are some other examples in order to give you information about the structure of the ontological model. Classes are related to each other, are organized in subclasses. For example, essential variables as subclasses, essential climate variable, essential biodiversity variable, essential urban variable, and so on, that in turn are organized in other subclasses. And the level of hierarchy depends on the level of granularity that is useful to accomplish. Here another examples, some indicators, targets, and so on. It is important to say that indicators belongs to different SDG, can be correlated to each other, because probably there are some essential variables that can be used to monitor one or more indicators. Okay. Here we can see how it is possible to read the ontology. For example, particulate matter affects respiratory systems. The correlation between the two classes may be considered a statement, which consists in a subject, predicate, and object. And here we give the emphasis is on the fact that the subclasses inherit all the properties of the general classes. Alongside the hierarchical relationships, alongside the hierarchical relationships and all of the other information, we have the opportunity, the possibility to introduce the synonyms in order to reduce terminological and semantic ambiguity, and add other information such as the definitions. As we said, first, interoperability may be accomplished by developing a control vocabularies from scratch, by mapping one vocabulary to others vocabularies, as we know in our ontology. For example, we have decided to map the ontology with other vocabularies concerning environmental and smart cities domain. Here there is an example. The concept of air pollution has been linked to air pollution in Gamma-Taurus by means of the discourse syntax. So in this way, interoperability is guaranteed at all levels within the ontology and with other controlled vocabularies. So next steps regard the enrichment of the ontology by means of additional use cases and the comprehension of the mapping towards other vocabularies. Here there is a list of the controlled vocabularies that we have considered in this process, and in this way the ontology can guarantee interoperability not also with the controlled vocabularies, but also with other databases, websites, applications, and so on. I finished. Thank you everyone for the attention. And
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'd like to invite the next speaker, Enrico Boldrini, which present a paper together with Paolo Mazzetti, Fabrizio Papeschi, Roberto Roncella, Mattia Santoro, Massimiano Olivieri, Stefano Olivi, Silvano Pecora, Igor Cerro, Fabio Caponi. Il titolo del paper è The Hydro-Ontology Power. Sorry, I was talking half in Italian. Yeah, it's after that we made some mistakes. The Hydro-Ontology Powering WHMO Hydrological Observing System, WHOS. Enrico Boldrini is a researcher at the Forest Division of Institute of the Atmospheric Pollution Research of the CNR Italy. Is collaborating with the activities of the Earth and Space Science Informatics Laboratory, the SSI Lab, since 2007, participating to several projects with the different bodies like the WMO, GEO, European Union, UNSF, the MUIR in Italy, and etc. His work focused mostly on enabling interdisciplinary interoperability in the context of earth science. Its main activities are related to the development and management of the Discovery and Access Broker Framework, the DAB, which is a key technology in the architecture of the Global Earth Observation System of System, the GEOSS, and the WMO Hydrological Observing System, the WHOS. Enrico Boldrini, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you. Yes, I will present particularly the hydroentology that is powering the WMO hydrological observing system, whose this system of systems used in the context of hydrology at the world scale. The effort has been done by National Research Council of Italy jointly with the Po River Basin Authority, and coordinated by World Meteorological Organization, WMO. The WMO, in collaboration with national hydrological services worldwide in each country, has realized the WMO Hydrological Observing System, WHOS in short. And it's a system of systems with the aim of enabling hydrological data sharing worldwide in order to ease the discovery and access of water-related information by all interested parties. Two participant types are expected in WHOS. These are data providers, such as NHAs, and data consumers, such as applications, portals, and models. And here is depicted the water data that is going from a National Hydrological Service towards a different app data of a data consumer in two different countries in this case. Yeah, so each NHS publishes its hydrological data online through its web service. The WHOS broker component, maintained and advanced by CNR, is in charge of harmonization and mediation of protocols, data models, and content. In this case, making use of the hydrology ontology. Finally, water data consumers can readily take advantage of global scale harmonized water data. Although the primary focus is the hydrological, the water data sharing, there is a variety of data types that can be shared through this system, through WHOS. These include any hydrological and meteo data, including satellite images, forecasting products, radar data, and other. And WHOS is a continuously evolving system, modular and flexible enough to cope with updating of standards and participation of additional parties. 3 recent implementations are taking place in WHOS. They involve 14 countries and are conceived to be the models for others to come. They involve specific river basin or areas of interest, such as La Plata River Basin, the Arctic rivers, and the Dominican Republic. WHOS Plata and WHOS Arctic have been recently finalized, published on the WMO site, and ready to be exploited by end users. The other project is currently in progress. As a result, end users such as modelers, hydrologists, general publics, decision makers, will be able to discover and access water data using one of the supported tools here on the bottom. Many common tools used in hydrology are already supported, such as HydroDesktop, Helgoland, libraries for standard programming languages like R, Python, to access WHOS programmatically. A complete list of the supported tools is available on WHOS homepage, and more will follow. The WHOS Plata web portal is implemented using Water Data Explorer application and is now online available. Water Data Explorer is a web application that can be accessed with the browser. enable end users to discover and access whose data shared by the 5 countries of the La Plata River Basin, that is the largest basin in South America after the Amazon River Basin. Hydrological stations are shown on the map with balloons, and clicking on each of them, the available water data such as stream discharge, precipitation, water level can be plotted at real time for a specific temporal extent. The WHO's Arctic web portal provides hydrometeo data shared by Canada, Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Norway, Russia, and the United States for rivers that flows to the Arctic Ocean. WHO's Arctic web portal is implemented using ArcGIS Online web application interface and USGS JUICE library for the time series of plots. The map interface of WHO's Arctic web portal displays the Arctic ICOS basic network of hydrological stations that can be also filtered and discovered at the bottom of the map. Each station on the map interface has a pop-up menu providing essential stations metadata as well as a link to a web page with the station real-time or historical time series data available through WHO's that can be then plotted. For each time series, you can also download the data. And it's important to note that time series metadata are here harmonized by means of the WHO's hydrological ontology, providing semantic interoperability among heterogeneous information sources, additionally to the syntactical interoperability that is more commonly achieved. You can test all these portals that are online available by clicking on the links later. And let's now dig inside the components that compose WHO's. The WHO's system architecture is based on a brokering approach where a central key component is the WHO's broker that sits in the middle layer between data providers shown here on the left and the data consumer tools that is here shown on the right. WHO's broker is in charge of making available 3 main functionalities by means of 3 brokering components displayed in the center. Discovery broker, access broker, and next the semantic broker. This is the one that enables augmentation of user queries and harmonization of water information according to the hydrontology subject of this contribute. The other 2 enables the discovery and access of the many different data made available by the different data providers through different services and required by different data users by different tools and applications. So let's focus on the semantic broker functionalities. The first is augment user queries to provide improved discovery. So a user might formulate a query like for precipitation, a United States user, so he uses English, and the semantic brokers can look up the hydrontology, find a matching concept that is precipitation, along with its translation such as chuva, precipitazione, precipitazione, precipitation, in different languages. So the semantic broker can augment the original query and send these different queries to the data providers on the left. So in this case, the related terms are in an equivalence relation. They are synonyms. However, other relations can be selected, such as broader relation or relations that are all present in the hydro-ontology. Then the second functionality of the semantic broker is to harmonize water data content. Results matching the augmented queries are returning from the different data providers on the left. Each one is documented in the data provider specific language, such as Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, French. The semantic broker makes use of the hydro-ontology also in this case to harmonize to normalize different terms to a reference term that is convenient to the user of that made the initial query, in this case English. So all these matching data are translated to English so that the user can understand the result. In the same way, the obtained data could have been harmonized, profiled for a different end user, maybe using Spanish or French. So you can learn more about the WHOS system at this link. Now the official WHOS homepage has been published with 3 different sections. One to learn more about the WHOS system. There is also a distance learning course in preparation. A second section is how to use now WHOS, how to access the available water data worldwide by means of the published portals, or to add new applications as well to WHOS. And indeed, the third section goes in details on how to participate to this system of systems. If you are a data provider and want to share your data in WHOS, or if you are an application developer that want to access the hydrological data that is now available in WHOS. Now, let's focus on the hydrology ontology. That is the component of WHOS able to both support the augmentation of user queries and harmonization of water data information. The hydro-ontology aims to capture the concepts and relations that are the most important in the hydrological domain, and that are commonly shared amongst hydrologists worldwide, although sometimes by the means of different terms. It aims to be a Rosetta Stone for hydrology. Like in the example of the previous slides, where the common concept of precipitation may be expressed as rainfall, chuva, precipitazione by different data providers that publish their data online. But all those terms refer to the same concept of precipitation. So with the hydro-ontology, WHOS is able to also semantically harmonize and interoperate, make these different systems interoperate semantically. What's inside this hydro-ontology? The base of concepts comes from another ontology, the quasi-ontology, that is a consortium, United States consortium of universities for water research. It's basically a list of the more common parameters used in hydrology, like precipitation, water level, and so on, along with their hierarchy relations, broader of and narrower of. While the quasi-concepts have always English labels, the WHOS hydrological ontology supports multiple languages, as we have seen. And it is being enriched continuously, especially thanks to hydrologists such as the ones from the Po River Basin Authority and others. The narrower of and broader of relations enable to browse the ontology in a hierarchical way. Example given, the precipitation concept provides precipitation's amount as its narrower concept, and the flux precipitation as one of its broader concepts. In addition to the narrower and broader relations, there is also, we have added close match relations to enable to link concept of the WHOS hydro-ontology to concepts that are defined by other ontologies, such as the WMO codes registry. Through this means, the WHOS hydro-ontology aims at providing an effective tool for harmonizing and aligning different existing ontologies at a global scale. From a technological point of view, WHOS hydro-ontology is encoded and published according to semantic web standards. In particular, it's based on the SCOS organization system, using SCOS concept, ref label, and so on. It has been encoded as RDF triples, and the Sparkle endpoint service has been published to make the hydrontology available for queries by other components. In particular, the ontology has been implemented using Apache HANA technology and is currently maintained and published by CNR in its own cloud based on AWS, where the ontology services are containerized and orchestrated to assure high reliability and optimization of resources. Different components makes use of whose hydrontology. The first is whose by means of the whose broker, as we have seen before, and as you can test online now using the different portals. And there is also a web ontology browser based on Load Live available. This is able to provide a graphical browsing of the ontology through a web browser. And also third-party apps you can connect for their purposes. A request should be sent to WMO in this case to provide full support for the app development. You can try the browsing of the hydrontology at this link, where you can click the top concept, the concept scheme, and go to hydrosphere. This is the top concept of the ontology, and then browse by means of expanding the different concept by relation of narrower or broader. As an example, you find physical parameters are divided in physical, biological, and chemical parameters. We can remove these two non-interesting types of concept and expand the physical one. For example, find out the level concept, expand and finding also more narrower terms, like in this case. And for example, at the end, you can find a very focused term. It is gauge height stream. It is a measurement of the height of a river, as many times is measured a common parameter for hydrology. And each of these concepts has its own label and translated labels that can be looked at by clicking on the text icon on the right top. Having logical relationship between the concepts helps users, hydrologists, to more easily match them, even if they are described differently by various data sources. So in this case, by using the bottom concept, gauge height stream, that is related to the broader concept of hydrosphere, physical level, and level stream, the data provider can describe their data with the best focused accuracy. Okay, I think it's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Enrico Boldrini, thank you so much. It was very interesting. I produced one atlas regarding water with Apli, and we had a huge issue regarding with hydro data because of definition, because of data interoperability, and so on. So this type of work is absolutely precious, especially for us geographers. The next speaker is Claudio De Blasio, which will present a paper I've written together with Fabrizio Danieli, Daniela Malizia, Herbert Natta, and Ludovica Pettorossi. The title of the paper is From Earth Observation to Human Knowledge, a Generative Semantic Model for Wine Quality Prediction. So before we were talking about wine, and finally we have an application about that. I'm really curious to hear about it. Claudio De Blasio, as an MA in Applied Geology, is a GIS analyst. His research interests concern remote sensing technologies and machine learning for environmental monitoring, with a focus on the application of in the agricultural sector, of course. He has developed a thesis on GIS and machine learning for a quantitative evaluation of the geomorphodiversity. It will be presented together with Herbert Natta, a PhD in comparative studies. He's a digital humanist and researcher. He has worked with the university and research center like University La Sapienza, University of Siegen, the Italian National Research Center, and Human Ecosystem Relations. His main research interests concern the relationships between languages, cultures, and space, with a focus on urban context and on the mapping of cultural phenomena. He has published the book Topologia del discorso letterario periferico from Meltemi in 2019. Thank you, Claudio. Thank you, Herbert. The floor is yours for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Emanuele. I will start sharing my screen. So here we are. You can see the presentation.
Yes, perfectly. Okay,
so thank you very much for this slot. We are happy to present our research in progress from Earth observation to human knowledge, a generative semantic model for wine quality prediction, which is the result of an interdisciplinary and research team. And we will go through our roadmap and presenting the methodology we have used and the model we are developing and the case study we are going to use as a test for our research, introducing also the conclusions and the future perspectives of our work. But it's really important to start from the team because it's highly connected and deeply connected with our research. A team that is composed by professionals and researchers and that covers and integrate geology with humanities, and considering the natural science approach and the humanistic approach to the knowledge organization system as something that is integrated in also through the use of technology, digital technology, so considering coding and modeling as a form of mediation between the growing amount of data that is coming from Earth observation technologies and the community that is the partner of our project. A project that is that starts from the general climate variability that is not considered as just as climate change, but in the consequences of the variability of the parameters connected to climate. And we are trying to face the issue connected to this variability, in particular in a field like agriculture that is connected to the seasonality, through the use of to the modeling of knowledge. That is what we are going to present in this conference, that is considered as the base for implementing the effectiveness of a machine learning algorithm that will be used will be applied to a specific case study that is a vineyard, and in particular with the objective to create and to provide an index of quality, a prediction of an index of quality for the production of wine. That will be the core of our paper. And so let's start from the question mark and from the definition of the problem. Agriculture, as we said, is connected to regularity in some condition of the environment, and the change of this regularity requires the definition of resilient system to face this variability. And one tools that can be able to face this problem are, of course, the digital technologies. But we start from the issue that the digital technologies by themselves are not able to face the variability of the environment. It is necessary, if they are not supported by a knowledge system that is able to adapt to this variability. This just because the algorithms are trained, and in particular predictive algorithms are trained with input data that of course can provide scenarios and predictions connected to what happened in the past, but they have to be able to adapt to what will happen in the future. We have started from a review of the existing models, of the existing semantic models for the agricultural field, and this is a graph of the existing literature from agri-semantics. And of course, in particular, we have selected AgroVoc as one of the most exhaustive thesaurus for this domain. And among the others, we have classified 3 groups of existing semantic models based on exhaustivity, based on locality, like the Chinese agricultural thesaurus, or based on specific products like a crop, or in our case, as we will see, like wine. We have analyzed the existing models for the wine domain. In particular, for the exhaustiveness, we have selected the big data grapes. That is a huge project founded by European Union, which considers basically all the possibilities, all the workflow connected with wine production, from the remote sensing data to the different kind of climate properties of measurable and properties, or properties connected to the wine, so tastes or color and so on. We have selected as a specific model the one provided by the French Research Institute in Rail, which goes deeper into the description of the wine, connecting to defining gustatory, olfactory, and the visual properties, and we have selected for the going deeper in the local Italian situation, the introduction of the certification of quality of the wine that is really developed in our country, and it is important to be considered for the representation of the quality of wine. The steps we have followed for defining this our specific model is firstly a simplification and extraction of terms for the wine domain from exhaustive models, and in particular from AgroVoc, and considering the process, the workflow that brings from the vineyard as a growing environment for grapevine, and in particular for wine grapes, to the production of wine. And this selection has been important for us as a first step to turn this this knowledge, this huge knowledge systems we have found out to the final application, because in our project is really fundamental to consider this technology as a kind of mediation between the need of the producers, of the winemakers, as a mediation technology with the variability of the environment. And thus it has been important to define to select some specific concepts that reduce in some way the complexity of AgroVoc as a thesaurus, defining a specific domain in the domain, we can say. A second step has been the expansion integration of this conceptual core through classes retrieved from other models, like the one we have presented, the designation of origin from the CNR model, and the properties connected to the wine from the INRAE model. This is, of course, is just a sample of the integration we have provided. Then, coming to the model, we have considered the core of our proposal is to consider the vineyard not as a class but as a generative scenario. What is the difference? I mean, what we mean with this concept? Firstly, we consider the scenario as an interrelation, as an interconnection of different classes. In particular, they are, of course, connected to a geographic feature. So our vineyard and our class related to the vineyard is connected to a geographic element and to a timestamp, because the idea is that this scenario will change during the time. And then we have selected four classes, four subclasses of the vineyard, which are the human activities that the winemakers act during the production of the wine, and of course the environmental properties like soil, altitude, the composition, the chemical composition of the ground, or the kind of grapevine that is present in the vineyard we are going to study, and the phenological stage of its growth. And last but not least, the climate properties like temperature, humidity, in particular, of course, the properties connected to the growth of the grapes and to the wine production, like the Hagelin index. And what does it mean? It means that we consider this interrelation between the geographic and the temporal classes like interconnected to these four properties and related to the final product of production of the wine, which will be, as we will say later, the core, the target of our prediction algorithm. What means generative in our work? It means that these properties are not have not the same weight, we can say, in the definition of the final indicator for the wine quality, and they are not stable in time. So we have defined the weight of these properties as the interconnection between the two parameters, the variability and the impact on wine quality. So some of these properties are more variable, also connected to the variability of the climate, and some of these properties are more impacting on the wine quality. And the definition of this weight as for us as the function, as the objective to improve, to increase the evaluation of the prediction of our machine learning model, because a different weight of a property will be considered in this evaluation, giving more impact, giving more power to the more weighted properties. It impact on the storage of information, because as we will say later, not all the properties will be measured in the same way during during the evolution of the scenario. So the more weighted properties, and in particular the more variable properties, will require to be used in the machine learning model a more frequent monitoring, and also the more impacting properties will require more space for storing the information. But this will mean that for some more stable properties, it will be there will be less need of monitoring and of storage of updated information. As a last step of our definition of the model, we propose a configurational approach to connect these weights to the class of the vineyard as an attribute that is connected to a sequence of a configuration, no? So related to, we have used as a reference the project geo scenario, which provide an XML where the nodes that in our case are the different properties are organized in a sequence, in our case in a configuration connected to a sequence determined in our case by the weight of the properties. So here it is a sample of our model, which has where the vineyard that is conceived as we have described as subclasses. This for the four properties we have spoke about before, and it generates the wine as a class which has properties. Chemical, physical parameters and the quality connected to the flavor or to the taste, and of course the rating that is really important for the functioning of our algorithm. Here it is a first draft of the flowchart that brings from this semantic model to the machine learning algorithm. And in particular, we will have a geodatabase where the vineyard will be stored, from which we will select features, polygonal features related to the vineyard we are going to consider, so polygons, from which we will query the Copernicus dataset asking for in particular the satellite images to get the NDVI index, and the climate data connected to temperature, precipitation, and all the properties, the available properties. We will integrate this data with the information from the wine years report, so from the evaluation of the wine, from general reports, and in particular from the enological cards that the winemakers we will work with will provide us. Getting, of course, the properties connected to the composition of the wine, but also the rating, which will be important for us to define, to train the algorithm to define a quality index. So to correlate all of this bunch of information with the evaluation, the human evaluation. I will leave the stage to Claudio to continue the presentation and to present in particular the characteristics of the case study we are going to work on.
Thank you, Herbert. Thank you, Emanuele. As a first case study to test the model and train the algorithm, we considered two vineyards in the municipality of Baselice in the northeast of Campania region. This choice allows us to carry out all the tests in a controlled environment, avoiding external influences. In fact,
sorry, Claudio, would you mind switching off your microphone because there is some looping audio effects?
Okay, I don't know, maybe this way is better. Okay, maybe it was because Herbert. Can you confirm that you? Okay, thank you. As I was saying, yes, the choice of considers only two vineyards in municipality of Baselice allow us to carry out all the testing in a controlled environment, avoiding external influences. In fact, this farm uses only its own grapes to make their wine, avoiding blends. Please, Herbert, next slide. Okay. Geologically speaking, the soil is mainly characterized by sandstone and clay components formed about 7 million years ago. All this territory has a variable slope, mainly below 20 degrees. In the area, now please go back, okay? In the area of the two vineyards, we can observe a slope between 5 and 20 degrees. Okay, this one next, please. The exposure for vineyard 1 is east-northeast, while for vineyard 2 is mainly east-southeast. Okay, please, next one. Okay, in addition to geological and geographical parameters, the algorithm we are going to develop will take into consideration the NDVI, the Normalized Difference Vegetation Index. This is an index well known in the literature obtained from the analysis of satellite images. This index, which depends on the spectrum of the visible band of red and of the near-infrared band, makes it possible to appreciate with a quite good resolution, about 10 meters, the vegetation density and also its vegetative state. On the map that we can see, the areas where the plants are in full vigor are representing the dark green colors. Areas where the vegetation is beginning to develop are colored with softer green. The sparsely vegetated areas are represented with the yellow and orange, and finally the heavily man-made areas with no vegetation are represented with the red color. This index change over time. Think, for example, how in a few weeks we pass from bare rows to luxuriant vineyards, and vice versa after the harvesting activity. Okay, I think back to you, Albert.
Yes, thank you, Claudio. Just for the conclusion, just to see where we are and where we think to go. Basically, we think, as we said, that the generative model we are working on is useful to provide a simple and adaptive knowledge base for agricultural applications. And the model has the aim to turn the availability of Earth observation data in information, but with a specific attention to the variability of climate, as we said, but also to the multiscalarity, storage, and usability. And our target, as we have said, is the winemakers that need this kind of knowledge base. And in the test phase, we will evaluate the effectiveness, of course, of the model, in particular in connection to the machine learning algorithm. And this will define the future implementation. So if the model will require other categories, other properties, or we require different configuration of this system. So thank you very much for the attention, and we end the presentation here and leave the stage to Manuel.
Thank you to Claudio De Blasi, to Herbert Natta for the very interesting presentation. I do believe that your model it's of high interest for wine producers, especially given the high variability of climate and meteorological variability, and also of the great variability related to soil, and for the ones who are scouting for new location for quality winemaking. So it's very interesting. Thank you so much to both of you. The next speaker is going to be Alexander Murzarcu, which present together with Anna Rovella, Eugenio Cesario, Martin Critelli, Armando Bartucci and Francesca Messiniti. The title of their paper is Analysis, Evaluation and Comparison of Knowledge Extraction Tools in the Environmental and Health Domain, an holistic approach. So we go back again to the relationship between health and environment, very popular during today's today event. Alexander Murzarco has completed his doctoral studies at Scuola Normale Superiore of Pisa and work in the research and development in various software startups based in the United States, especially related to ontologies, machine translation, text mining, and knowledge extraction. He is today full professor at the St. Elizabeth University in Morristown, New Jersey, where he teaches languages, culture, and wisdom in the humanities programs, as well as data science in the science programs. Alexander, please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for being with us.
First, let me verify, am I sharing?
No, currently not. You should be. Now something is happening. Yes, now you are.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you for the introduction. And I also would like to thank Anna Rovella for involving me in this project. In our weekly calls, we had a lot of fun, a lot of interesting conversations. So this is the result of those calls and of our longer research at Unical and the things that I'm contributing here. By the way, Anna, we should have picked wine. You got us with mercury. This is the okay. Ah, there you go. So,
okay, it's working.
Yeah, I don't know what I pressed, but I think it worked. So let's keep going. So this is the outline, what we are going to talk about. And we are, first of all, a brief introduction, but the main part is about the experiments and the things that we found out and that we would like to share. First, the topic. What we are analyzing is a corpus of data collected to deal with health and environmental issues. What we found out is that there is this huge volume of research documents, and obviously these things keep growing. But at the same time, as we found out with all the COVID research, there is an increasing need to be able to extract this knowledge. On one side is how you manage the information, but on the other side is how you can get anything out of this research and how you can offer some solutions. The current state is that there are a lot of structured sources, databases, XMLs, and so on, well organized, that you can search by everything. But there is a lot of, as we all know, a lot of unstructured sources. And unstructured sources go from websites, pure HTML, to videos, to PDF files that various research groups come with. And in these documents, furthermore, there is text, but there are also tables, there are maps, there are charts, there are even images. So what we want to do is to make sense of this part. So let's leave alone the video for now, leave alone the audios and images, but we have this PDF that somebody published. It is somewhere on the internet, like archive. We go and get it from there. What do we do with the data in there? So that is our focus. What do we do with what's in a PDF? What also we want to get out of this is that we want to create like a holistic vision of a process that goes from step 1 to step n. What are all the things that we analyze and how they feed into each other? What we want to get out of there is any metadata that are extractable from the PDF, any keywords and terms or phrases, any tables that are present, as well as charts. So we will go from the corpus using these tools into getting some data out and then analyzing, evaluating, comparing, and how do we represent this data at the end of the process. The main elements of what we do with a document is, so you have there those 4 squares, is the metadata extraction, table extraction, chart extraction, and text extraction. And this is what they should look like once we are done with them. In another way, we could call this as this whole process is that we have knowledge, we are deconstructing the knowledge, and then reconstructing the knowledge in another way. So we start from this kind of knowledge, okay, from Leonardo to nature to archive. And notice there I put this little fact here. Apparently there are about 2.5 trillion PDF documents floating around. So you can see the magnitude of what we are dealing with. So we go then from this representation of knowledge, published knowledge, to creating a knowledge graph. Now, what's the knowledge graph? Well, we decomposed all of those elements. We have all these nodes and edges. And besides us being able to represent them in any way we want, you can see now that these are 2 papers from the last couple of years that now we are trying to, we have some knowledge graph. How can we write text out of it? So basically going back to the original paper. So here is the knowledge graph. Let's rewrite a paper and let's publish it in PDF. So it's a loop, but it's a loop that allows us to move forward because we are reorganizing the data as we move forward. Now, how do these PDFs look like? I've put here a sample, and we can see that all of these text extractors from PDF will go and read the text. And one of the things that would help is if they had a marker that says, okay, this is the abstract. And in this document, we do have the abstract. This is the introduction. Well, it says there that there is an introduction. These are the authors. It doesn't say that they are the authors, but the position where they are located in the paper tells the PDF extractor that, okay, most probably these are the authors. But at the bottom of this first column here, there are these 5 random words there. Well, it doesn't say, but we as humans, we understand that, okay, those are the keywords, but it doesn't say that they are keywords. From there, we have this other kind of paper where there is not this formality of research papers, but it has some great big, nice picture in there with a caption. It has some text, but again, no keywords at all. Then we have the perfect paper that has everything there. Oops, let me go back. So it has the title, it has the abstract, and it says that these are the keywords that you should look for. The biggest trouble I found was the watermark in the paper. This watermark, every possible, all the PDF extractors that I used go and consider it as text, but when they consider it as text, it goes and analyzes each of the letters as one words, and they create a lot of garbage in the output. So this was one issue, that how do we deal with watermark. And finally, we have this other paper that has all the elements. On top of everything, it has a graphical abstract. I had never seen this before. It's very cute. It says here that, okay, it's about children. It is in Mexico. This is Mexico. Add this region, that's the map of that region. What is dealing this with urine and Hg, mercury, and blood samples and some graph. Very cool, never seen it. I don't know how to be able to analyze that with automated tools. But it is like a summary, a graphical summary of all the research that these people present. Okay, so now let's get back to our tools, the one that we ended up using for this process chain is Sermine, which is Contract Extractor and Miner, version 1.13. It worked fine from PDF. It was able to recognize the structure. Then it extracted metadata from title to DOI number to abstract and so on. It also put a whole line of references at the end, a sequence of references, and also text, which was the part that I am more interested in. The issue with Sermine is that it runs in Java, but it hasn't seen an update since 2018. I checked with the authors of this, and actually they do maintain it. So they don't call it an abandoned project, but a maintenance project, so a maintenance mode project. So what does it mean is that it's used in various other systems, and so we'll be safe to keep going with it for the time going. Out of that analysis, extraction, we did some counting by hand or automated to see, okay, what did we get? Did we get the article title? Yes, we did in 92% of the cases. The author, 85% correct. Abstract, keywords, here is 56%, but keep in mind that not all paper had keywords, and also not all paper had them marked as keywords. So sometimes when the metadata was extracted, those were missed. The journal title, you can see the numbers there. Year is the most exact one, I guess. It makes it easy. And the references, actually I made use of some of the references for my own purposes. The total number of articles is 85. Actually, when I did the textual analysis, found out that there were a couple of extra duplications there. So in my case, I ended up using only 82 of them. But the body extracted, the text, was correct in 96% of the cases. By the way, the keywords, if you can see there that the precision and recall, so even though the number here says 56% seems low, but precision is 98%. So when the keywords were present, we were really good at getting them. Okay. Now, once this is how the text looks once it has been extracted from Sermine. So that was the first part done. Now I get in and go and use my tools to see, okay, let me go and find where the text is. Sermine, actually the text of the paper, marks it with the P, the paragraph marker. And all the other metadata are still being used, but I'm not using it for the textual linguistic analysis. And you can see the kind of text that is in there. So besides just pure text, we even have their references that are referring to the extracted references, and those are still in the text there with reference ID and everything. The type of data that we got, so I told you it's 82 files instead of 85. But you can see there that all the red lines are number of paragraphs that were in each of the text. The blue lines are number of words. You can see that there is no coincidence; they don't coincide one with the other. So you can have a large number of paragraphs but very few words, or very few paragraphs and a lot of words. What does it tell us? Well, the writers went on and on in one paragraph and so on. Well, this is just a linguistic curiosity. What I ended up getting out of there, what I used was for extracting, for reading through XML file, I used the standard Python XML E3. Iterate through all the XML file, extract the P elements. Once I extract them, then I get into the linguistic analysis. For that, I went and used Spacy. Is open source. Oh, by the way, I have a thing to say about open source. Why we use only open source is that open source, we can actually go and modify code, change code, suggest improvements. If it was commercial, then it's tough luck, pay the money, do whatever you do. Let's hope it is best. Here we have some flexibility and the side benefit that it doesn't cost anything. So using Spacy, I removed all stop words. So it's 100,000 of those. Removed 51,000 punctuation sign, some strings that has just space and new line characters, that tab characters, that for some reason the XML Spacy considered them as tokens. Removed things that were just digits, and and also all characters that were all words, quote unquote, that were 1 character long. As I said, with just the watermark, there was an overgeneration of these 1 character words. What we are left is with about 20,000 unique tokens with these frequencies. And you can see that that's the topic we're talking about, mercury exposure studies. And that's the formula, HG. And no word representation would be sufficient without a word cloud. Well, we have 1 word cloud that goes by relevance and 1 by frequency, but these are just funny things to see. And here you'll see that I'm a language nerd. This is all the characters that there are about 500 characters that appear in this corpus of PDFs. We have the normal Latin characters and their frequencies, but notice here that there are also some Arabic characters and some Asian one as well, you can see below. But what was funny and why I'm intrigued by this is that the order went backwards. It went from right to left once it was the software found out that, oh, this is a sequence of Arabic characters. And not only that, it even changed the sorting number. So I had it from most frequent to least frequent. Well, in my mind, it's why is it backward? Why I have the 58 before 60? Well, it's reading from right to left. Just funny thing to talk about. Okay, now in this process of feeding information from one step to the other, we decided to. These are all the things of entities that SPACY can extract. What we decided was that let's pick just the geographic entities and feed them to the following process to see how we can show them in some nice way. And by doing that, the extraction worked fine most of the time. But obviously, since this is a research project, I would highlight the things that don't work. So the very first article that it analyzed is association between heavy metal, etc. in Spain. Well, Spain is there, great. Then we have MN, which is a chemical formula. I guess it thought it was Minnesota or something. We see that there is some errors made in there. But then we have also the second and third papers that actually look quite good. So we have Norway, Sweden, US, India, and so on, Dominican, and etc. Okay, now what can we do with this information? One way to deal with it was that we could do a reversal of the data, where we go from geographic location to what are the keywords that appear together with that geographic location. For example, Spain, what does it show with, what are the concordances or correlations? Well, it talks about when we have Spain, we can see that it deals about with studies, with mortality, with diet, consumption, mercury, Asturias, I guess a region in Spain, and so on. But also it has this number that I thought it should have been eliminated, but maybe this comma had something to do with that. And the system that I used thought that that was a word. And also it found this cisdeferences, which must have been some merging of characters out of PDF. It must have been something like system differences or something like that ended up cisdeferences. Maybe it's an innovation in lexicology. Don't use system differences, say cisdeferences from now on. Okay, another one, China. What's in China? Well, we can see that it talks about mercury, about population statistics, about emperor as well. Nice. Now, so this is, so pick geographic locations, see what correlation with other words we have. These are single word correlation. Beyond that, what we want to do instead is to get that information, all the geographic location that we extracted, and go and build some maps that would look like this, and finding geographic hotspots of certain issues that are correlated. The technique that Eugenio used is this DB scan. By the way, I did share this with my son, who is doing some research as well in clustering. This was a very nice way of going and showing clusters out of geographic location.
Alex, you got 3 minutes for your presentation.
Yeah, but I started late, so let me go. Let's not waste time. We have now, this is what it looks like in detail. This is how it looks like in more distance, and this is how they are clustered by topic. You can see the colors. The same, we can see it here. So we have a certain geographic location mentioned around Geneva. We can see them in the European map. And we can see them how they show in the continent, and also coloring them by the correlated topics. Now, once we do that, we are going and extracting topics. For that, we are using Jensen, again, another open source topic extractor. And you can see that what the papers are about cancer. This is one paper, by the way, that talks about cancer-heavy tumors or animal presence, metal and cases, and so on. But then I used another technique, which uses the BERT technology, which is based on word embeddings. And you can see that this is a little bit different from the previous one, because we have this being word embeddings. It goes and creates clusters of topic candidates out of all the things that look really similar. In this case, we have numbers, the gray one, and here we have all the things that are weird, like this character, sequence of characters that I don't know what it is. Where we are going, so we created topics. What we want to build at the end is create nodes, create edges that would lead to this kind of representation, and ultimately to this kind of, we call this knowledge with clusters and colors and so on. In order to do that, what we need is identify nodes. This is automatically extracted. So we have a node that is the label, we have the string, and we have the position. So we have node and Spain. This spatial temporal cancer mortal study Spain revealed is the relation or the edge. And the patterns that are seen are other nodes that follow. So you can see the position 10, 12, and so on. This is what they look like. So from every sentence, we create, extract node relation in order. So that we create a database, and this is the database that has all of them, either edge or nodes, with their relative positions. And from this, we can see that we ended up extracting about 92,000 objects, of which 8,000 are edges and 84,000 nodes. Now imagine all of that in the graph that I presented earlier. Extracting tables, this is one of them. This is how many tables we extracted. This is another tool about extracting charts. By the way, these are things that are considered extremely difficult to be done. And but these are the success rate that we had. So it's only 11% that are incorrectly extracted. But the funny thing is that the thing that we said about deconstruction, reconstruction, this was a graph presented in a paper. It was analyzed and it built this table. So from the graph, we extracted the data, and from the data, we rebuilt the graph. And the graph is exactly the same as the one that was in the table. So that was proof of concept that, yes, it works. And remarks, what we found out is that the sequence of events of processes worked. But what we need to do is, since we picked open source, we need to improve in the machine learning part, in the training tools, into how to make this extraction tools as efficient as possible, and get into a larger corpus. We are at 82. Next one will be a 10x, let's say 1,000, and the next one another 10x. And we'll see what kind of data we end up creating. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and good luck with your scaling up of the project. Thank you again to Alexander Murzaku. The next speaker is Erika Vascieri. Finally, I mistaken you before. She will be presenting together with Anna Perri, Giovanna Aracri, and Sergio Cinirella. The title of their paper is Analyzing Clinical Processes and Detective Potential Correlation Between Chronic Kidney Disease and Air Pollution. Erika Pascieri is an established researcher at the Department of Culture, Education and Society at the University of Calabria. Her research activity has been mainly focused on knowledge management and representation in the biomedical domain. She has been a researcher at the CNR, the Italian National Research Council, where she had the opportunity to work as a full member of the National Research Group, especially on the implementation of the electronic health record in Italy, working particularly on medical terminologies supporting clinical coding. Erika Pascieri, thank you so much for being with us today. The floor is yours.
Thanks to you for introducing me. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yes, we can.
Okay. Thanks to everyone for the attention. I'm going to present the research activity carried out with a teamwork made by Anna Perri, Giovanna Aracri, Sergio Cinirella. And let me say that is a teamwork of where different competencies are mixed up, because we have a clinician and environmental expertise and clinical managing and coding expertise. The activity I will present is a part of a larger national project that ended about 1 year ago. I'm going to outline my presentation. I'm going to show you the background and the motivation, the methodological innovation, the results obtained, our conclusion, and our future perspectives. Let's start from big data. As we also heard before, we have to manage a lot of data, but with big data in general is, as everyone knows, is a term that describes the large volume of data. Both can be structured and unstructured. Each area of knowledge, of course, is involved. No one is excluded. But what the organization do with data that matters. Big data can be analyzed for insights that led to better decisions, often in a strategic way. And this is especially true when data come from heterogeneous sources, because to extract valuable information from them, before to proceed to that integration, they need to be deeply analyzed and normalized in order to create correspondences, matrices to help decisors to correctly analyze them. As I said at the beginning, this presentation is part of, come from the national research project funded by the Ministry of the Economic Development, which the final objective was to define an architectural platform to support healthcare professionals, in particular in the care process of patients affected by chronic kidney disease, and to support big data analytics. Where we start, the case study, where we start from non-communicable diseases that are the most common causes of morbidity and premature mortality worldwide. And in this context, the chronic kidney disease, which potential outcome is the end-stage renal disease, is a key determinant of the poor health outcomes of the major non-communicable diseases. And it is also associated to cardiovascular mortality and is a risk multiplier in patients with diabetes and hypertension. So what the World Health Organization strongly recommend to invest in non-communicable disease control that could generate major financial and, of course, health gains. So we start in our analysis from clinical data extraction. And thanks to the cooperation of the hospital of Cosenza, the Annunziata Hospital, in particular in the Department of Nephrology, Dialysis and Transplantation, we collected data about 5,000 patients. And data, anonymous data, of course, and we extract information filtering by the ICD-9 codes that are the ones you can see in my slide, highlighted in red, where when chronic kidney disease from stage 3 to stage 5, where the third stage is the moderate, then the severe, and the fifth stage is the one who require chronic dialysis. So in this case, it's important to highlight that only clinical information that were correctly coded could be extracted, have been extracted for our analysis. The methodology we applied, considering the final research objective, all aspects of the clinical process have been considered. So we first analyzed all the chronic kidney disease clinical care procedures. In order to define the procedural flows, so the first visit, the follow-up visits, and in this process we deeply analyze documents and the information within the documentation produced in the first visit and also in the outpatient visit. And the coding system used for coding this information. In this case, the only coding system that were used was the ICD-9 classification system. ICD stands for International Classification of Disease in the 9th revision. Then, focusing on this particular chronic disease, so the chronic kidney disease, we also focused on all the other processes related to the clinical aspects, so the psychological aspects and the nutritional ones, because for this particular category of patients is fundamental also to focus on all the context that goes around the patient. And then have been done the data integration of clinical data and pollution data. So we start to create the model, the definition of, to define the model for the analysis, starting from elementary heterogeneous data. And then a data harmonization have been done, and this very difficult phase in this case, because as I said, less coding we have in starting about data, less analysis we can do. So data harmonization was a central part of this analysis in order to do a correct inference, then data manipulation, and of course data analysis. Clinical data pollution Any correlation? Yes, because we started from data reported in literature, showing the environmental factors that contribute significantly to the pathogenesis of chronic kidney disease. So we have explored the potential correlation between chronic kidney disease and environmental pollutant, in particular the particulate matter in Cosenza area. So the first stage, as I said, the clinical data collection, harmonization of this data related to clinical ones. This phase, as I said, was a very important phase because together with the clinical data of patients, we collect the addresses. But this type of data often were not really complete, truncated names or only some part of the names of the street. So this part take a lot of time to harmonize data, and this was important because to relate this data with the geocoding. The geocoding is the operation to derive from address of patients the latitude and the longitude that has been done using OpenStreetMap. Then we collect pollution data, and as I said, in particular are in particulate matter 2.5 and spatialization data. After that, we have done the integration of chronic kidney disease and particulate matter data. So to create a database in order to do all our statistical analysis. And as we can see in this image, we can see here there are all the distribution of the particular matter in the area of Cosenza, in the entire Cosenza district. And that is because we have data from the Annunziata hospital, so that's why the major part of patients are from this district. But what we noticed that the interest, what is interesting to note, that although in the urban area of Cosenza, that is here where I'm showing with my mouse, is a more concentration of particulate matter. But what is interesting, that is also in non-urban area. So so the overlapping from the two type of data, so clinical data from patients and pollution data, can show that also people affected from chronic disease are in area where there is a great part of particulate matter. So I'm going to our conclusion. At first, in this type of analysis, coding data is an essential step in data integration. As I said, data that in this particular model we created have data properly coded is an essential step to have valuable information. So this step should be strengthened to improve future analysis. For example, also in clinical data, we miss other possible coding systems that could also strengthen this analysis. For example, we heard about LINC, so about laboratory reports could be also an information that could also give us more information about the general clinical care process. Data integration model are a valuable support in research activities, and the model highlighted suggests that the prevention action should be performed to counteract kidney disease development environmental related. So to all the prevention campaign, this type of model could drive the decision on prevention campaigns, for example. And has a future perspectives, could be interesting have more data to expand the area to be analyzed on the whole Calabria region, for example, also other regions. And also adding other pollutants to expand the research activities, such as water pollutants, for example, and so on. And what is interesting also that model like this can be applied also to other chronic diseases. I finished my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Erika Pasceri for this presentation.
Pasceri, if you don't mind.
Sorry. Yeah, I apologize.
No, it's my destiny. It's my destiny. Always the accent on the A.
No, especially, I think it's a more southern accent in the Norway won't say that, so it's also my fault of how we put the accent. Thank you so much, Erika. We have the final presentation for the afternoon session. Stefano Allegrezza, Associate Professor of Archival Science and Digital Archivistics at the University of Bologna, also my alma mater. He carries out his research in the field of archival science and digital archives. His research interests are particularly aimed at investigating the issue related to creation, management, dematerialization, and preservation on digital documents. We know that Bologna is particularly strong for that, especially for movies. He's the director of the Summer School in Web and Social Media Archiving and Preservation. He's a member of the Council of the Alma Mater Research Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. The title of his paper is The FITS File Format for the Long Preservation of Digital Objects in the Earth Observation Field. Stefano Allegrezza, please, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Emanuele, and please allow me to first thank the organizers of this very interesting conference. I'm going to share my screen, so please tell me if everything is okay. I think yes. The title of my talk is the FITS file format for the long-term preservation of digital objects in the Earth observation field. And I want to divide my talk into 4 points. First, a brief introduction to the problem. Then I will talk about the FITS file format. Then the third point is FITS as a preservation file format, and then I will go to the conclusions. Let's start with the introduction. One of the most significant problems in the long-term preservation, and this is true in any scientific field, is the rapid obsolescence of file formats. Obviously, this problem also affects the field of environmental and Earth observation. It is important that the data collected remain accessible for many years to come. For example, because many observations about the natural world are records of events that will never be repeated exactly. For example, think of volcanoes and so on. In particular, in the Earth observation field, there is a big issue that makes long-term preservation of data collected particularly problematic: the excessive proliferation of diverse and heterogeneous data formats. Let me show you some example just to clarify this concept. One of the most used file format in this field is the HDF, hierarchical data format. That is a set of file format, HDF4 and HDF5, that were developed at National Center for Supercomputing Application. Probably you know this body because it was the developer of the famous NCA Mosaic, the first browser in the 90s, or perhaps before. Then we have the common data format, that is a format developed by the National Space Science Data Center, and there is also another similar format, that is the NetCDF. It's similar as name, but it's a different format because NetCDF stands for Network Common Data Form and not format. That is a self-describing machine-independent file format commonly used in climatology, meteorology, and oceanography. Then we have many other formats, such as the GeoTIFF, that is an extension of TIFF that includes georeferencing and geocoding information. The Erika Pascheri spoke about geocoding just before. Within TIFF file, such as latitude, longitude, map projection, coordinate system, and so on. We have another big format, important format, that is the SAFE, Standard Archive Format for Europe, that was produced in the European Space Agency Earth observation projects. And an important feature of this format is that is compliant with the Open Archival Information System, the OAS standard. Then we have many other formats, such as the Advanced Scientific Data Format that some scholars propose as a replacement for the FIT standard we are talking about now. We have the GRIP format, we have the post-processing format, the Global Forecast System format, the COS format, and many other formats in this arena. There are very many file formats used in the Earth observation field. From the point of view of long-term preservation, the fact that there are so many and diverse file formats is a problem. In fact, we must not forget that we need to manage all those formats. For example, we need to migrate them over time. And managing a few formats, or better, just one format, is simpler than managing several dozen file formats. To overcome this problem, digital preservation specialists suggest to reduce the number of formats to manage and to prefer formats that give the broadest guarantees of long-term preservation. The perfect solution, the ideal solution, would be a versatile file format, for example, a format we can use in different fields of application, and a file format we don't need to migrate for at least some decades. In this regard, in recent years, the attention has been focused on an extremely versatile file format that was created for the astronomy and the astrophysics field, but that is now spreading to other fields. This format is the Flexible Image Transport System, the FITS format. The aim of my talk is to evaluate FITS as a preservation format to be used in the Earth observation field. And this is what I will do in the following. First, just some information on FITS file format. The Flexible Image Transport System is a widely used file format for archiving and exchanging images and data in astronomy and astrophysics, as we told before. It was created in the early 70s, but the official year of birth is 1979, as you can see in this message sent to scientific news group. You can see the exact date of birth. Then it was adopted by NASA and virtually all scientific institutions in the field. Currently, we have 4 versions of FITS file format. The first 2 versions were published by the NASA Office of Science and Technology in 1993 and in 1999, you can see in red. In the third and the fourth versions of the standard were released in 2008 and 2016, that is 5 years ago, by the International Astronomical Union FITS Working Group that currently maintains the format and adds updates and improvements. The structure of a FITS file is very simple, very straightforward, and consists of a primary header and data unit. This is the primary, and optionally 1 or more extension header and data unit. One important thing is the fact that every HDU, every header and data unit, is formed by 2 parts. The header unit that consists on 1 or more human-readable ASCII text keywords, which are metadata. They provide information about the data contained in the data unit. And the yellow box, the data unit that contains the data. I want to point out that there are no limits to the number of extensions HDU you can add to a FITS file. So there is no limits to the amount of data you can put in a FITS file. And I think this is a very important feature of this format. If you want to see how a FITS file looks like, you can see this picture. This is an example or a very simple FITS file, though where in the green box you see the header unit. As you can see, is ASCII text, very readable, very transparent. And the yellow box is the data unit, where you can see binary data, in this case in hexadecimal coding. Now we wanted to evaluate FITS as a preservation file format, and to do this evaluation we will consider the well-known sustainability of digital formats that are the 9 criteria, the 9 factors the United Nations Library of Congress propose for the evaluation of every format. So we will evaluate, we will assess the FITS format against those 10 factors. First, non-proprietary. FITS is currently managed by the International Astronomical Union FITS Working Group, that is an international scientific community, and as such is a non-proprietary file format. So the first criterion, the first factor is met. About standardization, we can see that FITS was recognized as the de jure standard since 1993. It is also a de facto standard in many fields around the world. So also the second factor is met. About disclosure, FITS is based on a specification that is called the FITS reference, that is publicly available and therefore is an open format. And also this criterion is met. Documentation. The FITS format is fully documented in the FITS reference, that is the specification. The specifications are currently managed by the FITS working group, so also this criterion is met. About adoption, FITS format is currently the most commonly used format in astronomy and astrophysics, but its popularity is growing also in other fields, as we will see later. So it is widely adopted, and also the criterion of adoption is met. Licensing and patents. FITS format has no restrictions on its use, neither now nor in the future. There are no royalties to pay, and never will be for the use of the format. So anyone can use it and create software application able to manage FITS file. And also this criterion is met. Transparency. Each FITS file consists of a header unit containing ASCII metadata and a data unit that contains data. Due to its simplicity, it is possible now and in the future to read the FITS file using basic software tools. And so also this criterion is met. Self-documentation. FITS is self-documented. Metadata are stored as keywords in a human-readable ASCII format, so everyone can easily read them using a simple text editor, such as Notepad, to get information on the data itself. I want to point out that the FITS standard allows for user-provided keywords, such as coordinate systems, dimensions, data history, and anything else the creator wishes, to better describe the particular type of data that will be stored in the file. So it can be used really in every field. About external dependencies, all the information needed to correctly represent a FITS file is included in the file itself, so there are no external dependencies. There are also no technical protection mechanisms. For example, encryption is not provided, and also this the last factor is met. As we have seen, FITS meets all the sustainability criteria. In fact, it was designed with an eye towards long-term preservation. It is not by chance that FITS is one of the few formats that is still widely used and has not become obsolete after more than 40 years since its birth. There are really many a little formats that have this feature. Another format that is still used after many decades is the TXT format that we use, I think, every day. So the once fits, always fits maxim that was coined for it clearly states that once you have created your fits file, you will not need to migrate to the subsequent versions. One fits, always fits. So what are my conclusions? FITS is a very general file format that can store many types of data, including bitmaps, ASCII text, binary tables, multidimensional arrays, such as data cube, 3-dimensional, hypercube, 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional, and so on. It is extensible. User communities can develop specific conventions that refine the FITS standard in order to adapt it to specific context. For example, just let me give a couple of examples. The Vatican Library adopted FITS for storing and preserving images from its massive manuscript digitization project. And the format is also used in the health sector, for example, to store and preserve data from imaging systems, such as computerized tomography and so on. Thanks to its versatility and extensibility, somebody proposed renaming FITS as Flexible Image and Table System instead of a Flexible Image Transport System. In addition, in Italy, the Italian Unification Body is in the process of publishing the standard management processes for the long-term preservation of digital images using the FITS format, whose code name is 1606754. Therefore, probably during this year, FITS will become an Italian standard. And also at ISO level, there is an ongoing proposal for its standardization as well. So my conclusion is FITS is a very versatile and preservable file format, and I think it should be seriously taken in consideration for archiving and preserving for the future scientific data, at least in some domains of the Earth observation fields. And this is my conclusion. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm available for every question.
Thank you so much to Stefano Legrezza. I definitely believe that FITS will be fundamental, especially, you know, in the future when we will be looking back at this time where we were not really able to stop climate change. So it might be helpful to see what we have done, what we will not do when it comes to better understanding and better reacting to climate change. Thank you so much. We have still 15 minutes to go. If you have any question, now is the right time to ask. You can either write them on the chat or just raise your digital hands and ask the question to any speakers you might want to. if there is any question. Maria Teresa Guaglianone, please.
Thank you. I have a question for Herbert Natta and Claudio De Blasio. And I would like to know which methodology was used for the extraction of meaningful concepts for the wine production domain from Agrovoc. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we have actually worked around the domain of wine, trying to isolate, moving through the relational properties of the word of the concept wine, and following the links where they were bringing in the thesaurus. And after all, we have downloaded and collected this kind of concept cloud of classes, and selected the ones that linked the wine with the vineyard. That is for our workflow the starting point because of the geographical, we can say, approach. No, so this has been the other thing is that for now we have not paid so much attention to the multilingual aspect because we are testing the model on a really local situation, and but of course we have selected Agrovoc for its potentiality of course of multilingual dimension. Thank you for the question. I hope to have answered.
Thank you to you. Very clear. Thanks.
Thank you to both of you. Anyone else?
I have a question, if I may. I wrote on the chat.
Absolutely.
For Alex Burzaco, as I didn't hear him speaking about artificial intelligence, perhaps I didn't hear well. Is there a plan to use artificial intelligence for the knowledge extraction in his project?
I don't know if Alex is still here because I can't see him on the list. Let me see. Alex, can you hear us? Alex Murzaku? I do believe he has left already. Apologies.
Perhaps the same question can be answered by Martin Critelli or Armando Bertucci. I can answer the question. Thank you very much. Eugenio.
Eugenio, please, you can. I don't know if Eugenio...
Yes, just one moment. I give him privilege.
Yes, thank you, Antonella.
Okay.
Yes, so the logic is that the knowledge extraction is discovered by using data analysis techniques and methodologies. So the basic idea is not to use artificial intelligence algorithms, but data-driven algorithms. In fact, Alex, during his talk, showed an example, a very preliminary example about how to discover from geographic information some geographic hotspots that can be used as knowledge models extracted from the PDF files. I don't know if I have answered to the question.
Yes, thank you very much, Eugenio.
You are very welcome. Thank you.
So, if I don't see any other question, I'll give you just a couple of more seconds, just anyone is just trying to push the button on anything, but I don't see anything coming. So I think it's time to summarize everything. I mean, it's been a very long day of work, many very interesting presentation. I have learned a lot. As I said in the beginning, I'm not an expert about knowledge organization, but I admit I really discover a very interesting fields that I do believe, especially for Earth observation, as a long way to go and a growing relevance given the complexity that Earth science and Earth observation are becoming, especially with the huge amount of data that are produced constantly by satellites and now also drones, but also direct observation. I mean, especially when it comes to biodiversity, there are so many applications with the use of social media photographies or other basic imagery, sensors. I mean, many gadgets these days have GPS, they have cameras, so many components that can produce information that, without knowledge organization, without proper management, they will never turn into wisdom. And that's what we really need now. We really need good wisdom based on good knowledge in order to act. That's going to be fundamental in the next 10 years. We know, especially with climate change, that the time is short. The science there, of course, but the more we understand, the better are the models, the better are especially the low-scale models, because with satellites and with new discoveries, we are able to produce inferences at a smaller and smaller scale. So we are able to understand the impact of climate change and other phenomena that are at a local level, which is absolutely fundamental for policymakers, for for private companies, wine producer. We have got a great example today. So I do believe it's a very interesting field, and I'm looking forward, to read the act and all the papers from the participant. I was lucky enough to read all the abstracts to prepare this conference, and I'm really looking forward to read more about this. Of course, I want to thank the organizers, the University of Calabria, and everyone who was involved. I don't know if someone want to give say the last word. Otherwise, I just want to greet everyone and thanks everyone to be here today with us, and wish you a great rest of the day. Thank you so much.
We would like to thank you, Emanuele, for accepting our invitation. Once again, we would also like to thank all the speakers, and we've really enjoyed listening to all of your talks. And as Emanuele has said, we'll enjoy even more reading your papers. Thank you very much once again on behalf of myself and all of my colleagues here at the University of Calabria.
Thank you to all of
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.